Okay, I think I've started up all the things. This is stream number 318. Hello, Manir Play and Nui, and everyone else who's lurking, or hasn't yet said anything, or will be here soon, or I don't know. Don't know where I was going with that. So, this is what, day 5? Hey, stretch! That's a redemption, right? Oh, I don't have the redemption queue up. I knew I'd forgotten something. Hold on. I need to get that window open so that I can press the right buttons. So, okay. Let's stand up and stretch. We just started, but hey, now's a good time as any to pet the kitty. Did you see that? He meowed at me and reached for me with his claws. So, hope you guys are having a good day. I'm doing much better than I was yesterday. I actually thought I was over the cold over the weekend, and I guess it kind of came back a little bit yesterday. Just a little bit of a chance of coughing today. Otherwise, recovered. All right. So I did a little bit of work post-stream yesterday. Started putting together the overall script for NPCs, which is this sequence of prioritized steps. Oh, and the cat's already gone. Oh, well. Oh, I need to mark the one from Nui as complete. All right. Maybe the cat will come back later. We'll have to see. I started putting this together, and I got as far as the wandering is done, and pursuing the tether is done. I know it's not your fault. The cat was actually not asleep, so he didn't mind me coming over and giving him a pet. Oh, I know what's I'm also missing. I'm also not running the client here. So these NPCs are all running the new script, but the new script is just wander and tether right now. So if I were to pick up George here, and that's interesting. Why are there 3? Oh, look at that. There's an extra tile there. How did that happen? I pick up George here again. How did all these get doubled? I must have painted over it or something. Okay, so there's a shortcut I can do. I can just wipe with the right click, delete everything at layer 1. Wonder how that happened. Anyway, if I put George over here with these slimes, he doesn't fight them right now because he, just like the slimes, they just wander around and they can return to base if they get too far away. So if I plop George down way over here, he will head back to base. Just got the notification. Hey there, Manez. Yeah, the notification lags by a few minutes, I think. So what I try to do is start on time exactly according to my schedule, and I also post something in Discord. Try to post it before, so I think it's important to try to stick to the schedule. So I've been trying to do that. So I did think about one possibility, which is, what was it? It wasn't starting the stream early, was it? Maybe it was, yeah. It was starting the stream early, and then running it for 5 minutes for setup, then stopping and starting immediately so that I can get the VOD to be separate, not have the intro, but then the announcement would go out. How about the Discord, Manes? That's probably a better place to put it. But yeah, you can link it here too. The Discord is kind of the better place for sharing like stuff that you made. Do I have a channel for that? Let me look really quick. I have like an off-topic channel. Yeah, anyway, you could post it either here or in Discord. And I made this channel? Yeah, maybe. Maybe I need that. What do you mean it's not that important? You made it, so it's important, right? Yeah, go ahead and post it, though. You can post a link. Right here in chat if you want. Alright, so these NPCs can move around and they can be tethered. And the rest of it is not done yet. Let's see what you did. Okay. I'll let people click on that and then get mad at you. My name is Rick, by the way, but I don't roll people, if you know what I mean. All right, let's see. Technically, you're not Rickrolled unless you end up playing it. And I went to the page and didn't hit play, so you didn't get me, but almost. There's also something in Twitch now. If you just if you have the right, I don't know if it's BTTV or FFZ or if it's built into Twitch chat, but if you just roll over the link, it'll show a preview, and it's like, oh, I almost got Rickrolled again. It is actually a nice song. You know, that's the funniest thing is that when Rickrolling first became a thing, it was like, you know, if you got Rickrolled, it was embarrassing. But then people actually start playing it normally again. I'm like, that's pretty funny. Because it actually isn't that bad of a song, right? So we, like, my family was out somewhere. I think it was at a restaurant. And we actually heard that song. And I'm like, wow, they're actually playing this song in, like, restaurants and stores and stuff. It's not just a Rickroll thing anymore. Yeah, I heard he is a pretty cool guy. Like he took it all in swing, the whole meme about Rickrolling. Okay, so this NPC act is going to be where we place all of these prioritized list of checks and actions. And I slapped it together last night and I didn't comment it and it looks kind of horrible, so I need to fix that up. Also, there's a lot of repetition in checking that I noticed. And I kind of knew that there would be because there's like a lot of extra checks. And I'm wondering if I can optimize that out. I wonder if it's a good idea to optimize it out or to keep these distinctly separate. If I keep them distinctly separate, then I can put them in different functions. And then it might be cleaner that way. It did bring it back as career? That's cool. Comments don't help the compiler. There's obviously no point. Good thing that we have no compiler. Ha ha, joke's on you, Steve. It's an interpreted language. Hey there, Rally Monkey. Oh, I didn't wave to Steve either. I guess technically Lua does have a compiler, but it's multi-stage and not all at once in the front. Yeah, I need comments though. I either need comments or break them up into functions. If I broke them up into functions, I wouldn't need comments. So maybe that's the better way to do it. It's semi-just-in-time compiled. Yeah, it does count. You're right. Okay. There's another problem here that I started realizing when I was writing the code here, is that some of these things actually make requests to change, and then I had the assumption that it changed immediately. So, for example, this begin pursuing anchor will not apply, will not cause the logic like if pursuing to happen until the next step, until the next NPC turn, which is a half second later. So there's a half second pause between reaching the end of your tether and going backwards. So I might need to adjust these to be if pursuing or beginning to pursue. And the beginning to pursue means that a begin pursuing happened in a previous step and it's queued to be applied but hasn't yet been applied. But I think I'll leave that as a separate step and I'll just first try to implement this. It should work. It'll just, because some of these queuing changes and not applying them immediately, it'll mean that it might have to wait an NPC turn or two before the NPC actually reacts correctly. I did switch momentarily to use Luajit, but that was during the prototypes stage. And I did some timing comparisons. Where did I put those notes? I guess I could search Luajit. J keys being flaky. Yeah, stream 125, right? In the prototype, we compared vanilla Lua with C++ and then two different versions of Luajit. And we found that C++ is an order of magnitude faster because of why? The average, instead of 0.2 zeros and then a 4, it's 0.3 zeros and a 4. And then Lua JIT was on par with Lua Vanilla, and which surprised me because I thought for sure Lua JIT would be faster than Lua, right? But turns out it's about the same, and the hypothesis is that the way I'm using Lua, it's going back and forth between Lua and C++ very frequently, and those interactions are foiling or undermining the advantages you get in speed with the JIT. So for my implementation, the Lua JIT doesn't really help. So that's why I kind of went back to, for the real server for the game, just going back to vanilla Lua, because for me, there's no advantage with Lua JIT. Either there is no advantage, or I messed up when I put this into the prototype. That possibility makes me always go back and reconsider, should I try it again? Hold on. You're trying to figure out why there's an iOS form 1040 SR? Oh, for seniors? Oh, it's just a bigger font. Well, that might be nice for older people who are going blind. I mean, they don't have to have a magnifying glass now. It kind of makes me sad, though. Yeah, that's funny, though, Rally Monkey. All right, back to today. Wow, that was almost a year ago that I did the Lua JIT experiment. Yeah, I am sort of terrified about my eyesight declining, so in fact, I'm going to get my eyes checked again tomorrow. I do it once a year. That's like the thing I'm most in the habit of doing, caring for myself, is taking care of my eyes. I also don't read books. If I can avoid it, I will use an audiobook and listen to it, because I use my eyes enough when I'm on the computer working or playing games or whatnot, and yeah, I don't want to, like, any chance I can get to rest my eyes, I try to take it. All right, so the post-stream work yesterday, doing some initial integration efforts to try to set this up, led me to discover a bunch of little flaws in the design, so I think I'll address that today. So one thing that became apparent is I'm not actually stashing search areas and paths in the tile debug list. So if I go here now in the debug panel, there's nothing. So I actually can't see the wander areas for any of these NPCs because I didn't put that code in. Hey there, Red Sky 1. You once got the wrong glasses for the eye. The shop said those were correct and you should get used to it. Yeah, they'll do that sometimes. What you got to do is you could either take it back and have them measure it again, or just take it to another independent, what do you call them, eyeglass store. They have machines now. They can put your lens right in the machine and measure the prescription, compare it to what the eye doctor wrote, and verify that it's right or wrong. That's happened to me, where I put on the glasses and it looked funny, and I had them measure it again, and they're like, "Oh, we transposed 2 of the digits." And I'm like, okay, yeah, that makes sense, because they're really off. And they replaced them for free because it was their mistake. So yeah, have them remeasure it if that ever happens. The worst that can happen is that maybe they'll tell you, no, your eyes really are screwed up. We measured it, and the numbers are the same. And it didn't cost you anything to verify. Hey there, Romania hate. For me, it was like a couple years ago. It wasn't too long ago. Yeah, there you go. We got some money back. Cool. Digits right. That's close enough. The wrong order. There's a difference between 0.02 and 0.20, right? There's a big difference. It's like an order of magnitude. Okay, so this not showing up in the debug list there is an issue. Oh, I forgot about one. Let me write it in here so I don't forget. Where do I want to write it? Maybe here. Find reachable places does not include the search origin in the results. That's sort of a special extra data point that needs to be in the results. Otherwise, we have problems. Right, this is a problem that I discovered if I put 2 of these slimes down this side path here. like that, and like that. See how this one's walking down back to the exit, but this is sort of standing there not knowing what to do? It's because he can find a path back to this rotating red square, but this guy can't until this guy moves out of the way. And as soon as the path becomes clear, like if I move this guy out of the way, now this one will start to move. See that? So that is a problem because the pursuit start is searching for a path from where they are to the goal, but trying to path around other NPCs. But so if there is an NPC blocking the path completely, then the NPC is like, I can't find a path, and so he doesn't start to move. So I had this in the old code too, this problem, so it came up again. So my idea of a solution is if we're in this situation where there are two guys and he can't find a path to the exit, he can try a secondary path find which ignores NPCs, and then he'll find a path and then he'll try to pursue it with the knowledge that he might run into another NPC and have to stop, but it's better than just standing still. So that's what this is. So if the normal path find fails, we want to try to find a path ignoring other characters. Okay, and then I have another problem with this pursuing the anchor. So I had in down here, if pursuing anchor, if not pursuing anchor. So I needed to introduce another flag called pursuing anchor, which I put in here. The problem is, though, that we don't clean it, we don't clear it when we stop pursuit. So down here where I have stop pursuing, or other places down here, there's got to be a, well, it's implied here, taking the next step. If you reach the end or you can't take a step, it would stop pursuit. And that clears the path, but doesn't clear this pursue anchor flag. So I had to make this special extra step here I'd rather not have, where if we're pursuing the anchor and either we don't have a path or we don't know what the next step is, or the next step is beyond the end of the path, then clear that flag. I think it would be cleaner if all the places where we do like stopping pursuit, like right here, we just clear that flag in case it's set. Hey there, Toulouse. I'm just starting up the stream. Actually, you know what I'm doing more exactly is I'm explaining today's plan. So, clearing the pursuit anchor flag correctly. I need to do that. Okay, filling in defaults for any missing NPC attributes. So this showed up right away when I tried to use the NPCs I already had in the game. So, for example, George, he did not have the attributes tether max, tether min, wander time. I changed these, by the way. This used to be min underscore WT, and I'm like, I'm just going to expand them so I can read them. Wander time. So these attributes weren't present, and so the scripts were failing. So what I did two things. For a few of these, that's the fourth spam call I've gotten in the last 24 hours. For a few things, I've it just wrecked my train of thought. Right. So if these attributes are missing, I did two things. One is to pick up a default. Why is this showing all that stuff? I want to see here. Wander. Right. So I pick these defaults, and I'll close that so you can see it. So if this is nil, then it uses a default. I did that. And then the other thing is I went into the game and actually added them that were missing. And for the spawned enemies, I had to put it into the NPC class. So there's now NPC class has this tether min-max, wander time min-max, those kinds of things. So I'm probably missing it in a bunch of other places, so I wanted to go and fill in the defaults for any missing attributes. So a couple other things that might be missing, obviously, are if the NPC doesn't have a weapon. So in the NPC attack, it just assumes that there's a weapon, right? Well, what if the NPC doesn't have a weapon? Then this will be, again, indexing a nil, and that'll be a script error. So I need to put in, like, if there's anything missing from an NPC's attributes, we need to fill it in, right? Okay, so there are other problems. Fixing the weapon attack bonus, that's missing. Right, I was just highlighting it. This attack bonus doesn't actually exist right now in the weapons of the NPCs. So if I look at George, stop moving. His weapon just has a damage bonus, damage dice, damage number. It doesn't have an attack bonus. Same thing for these spawned NPCs. They also don't have it in their weapon. And that's mostly because in the NPC's class, that weapon is missing it too. So it's missing everywhere. So attacking is going to fail until I fill that in. And yeah, the other thing is the armor, the target armor doesn't reduce damage taken. So that I forgot that for some reason. Here when we do the damage calculation, I'm not taking armor into consideration. I was going to just, at the end of calculating damage, subtract the armor and damage is going to be the greater of the total minus the armor and 1. So you'd always do at least 1 point of damage, but no less. But armor reduction needs to be put in there. And then I was looking at this a couple days ago, that there's a lot of repetition between player characters and non-player characters. They all have these 5 common attributes, and one of them I think is obsolete. I think that hit had to do with how high you had to roll to hit, which now is a property of the opponent's dexterity. And also there's an attack bonus that the attacker has. So I think this used to be a combination of the target's dexterity and the attacker's attack bonus. So it means it's obsolete. It's not used anywhere in the scripts anymore, so I might remove this. But the other 4 here, armor, dexterity, hit points max, they're common between characters and player characters, which makes it a little bit tricky in the NPC hit. So right now, it only is able to hit other players, not other NPCs, because we expect that the thing we're hitting is a player. If the thing we're hitting isn't a player, it won't actually go into this function at all, and so it won't be applying any damage or anything. So I could solve this by having a second alternative where if it's a non-player character, do the same thing, but then there's repetition of the code, and I didn't want to have that repetition. It led me to look at what are the attributes here that are common. Hit points max. There's already a subroutine that deals with updating the health of a character, whether it's a player or an NPC, and we have to say what the type is. So my thought is we can largely combine this for players and non-player characters. There's only going to be a few differences. One is the type. Actually, that's not true. This would maybe be a combined component that both players and non-player players have called character. And the only thing that actually would be different is when the character dies. If it's a player character, they are pushed into the death dialogue. If it's a non-player character, they have to drop loot and then be destroyed. So that's the only difference would be in this part. All this other stuff here and here would all be common between characters and non-player characters, but I'd have to introduce a new kind of component called character, which both players and non-player characters would have, which makes sense, actually. So I don't want to do that. And then update the script to work with hitting NPCs would be nice. And then I also noticed this, that if I were to pick up George, for example, where did George wander to? He's way down here. Pick him up and then place him way over here, right? So it forces him to path back. So he's right now pursuing the anchor. When he gets to within range of the anchor, which is up here or so, okay, he didn't do it that time, but what I've noticed is he'll go step, 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 step. Like he'll immediately step backwards. What's happening is his wander has cooled down long since he started pathing back. So when he gets to the end of pursuing the anchor, he immediately wanders. So it goes against what I think wander should do. I think wander should always wait a certain amount of time and then move. So my thought was to put wander on cooldown if the last action was not a wander. So if the last action was pursuing the anchor, moving because we're pursuing, then when that's done and we're going back to wandering now, we would start with the wander on cooldown. So it would wait at least like 2 or 3 seconds before he moves again. That seems more realistic to me. Okay, so once all those design issues are addressed, then I think I'll be ready to put together the final integration of the NPC scripts. There are a couple things in here that might require some small subroutines, like the guiding stuff. In the previous version of the scripts, I had hard-coded some things, like when you ask George to guide you from point A to point B, he'll say things, and if you stop and don't follow him, he'll stop and say something. And the things he was saying were hard-coded. So I wanted to change that because I want to reuse the script with different NPCs in different situations, and I want the things that they say and do to be different. So what I think I'm going to do is leverage this concept of having a completion script and just have more of those things. So, for example, when guiding and the client is out of range wait, maybe we'll have a flag to check if we've already been waiting or not, and if we haven't started to wait yet, and now this is the first time we're waiting, maybe we would run a begin waiting script if not already waiting at this point. And that script would be different for every NPC, and so we could have the NPC say something, or the NPC could change colors, whatever we wanted to do to make every instance of running the script unique for every NPC. So that might require a subroutine. I kind of want to have a subroutine whenever there's something complicated in one of these steps. Otherwise, I want each of these steps to be either one line or one block in the Lua, or one small function, so that I keep the thing under control. That's the most important to me. All right, so let me go to the top of this list, and we're going to work on this now. So changing my current task to be, what are we going to say? Record all searches and pathfinding into the debug list. I guess I can say recording all searches and pathfinding into the tile debug list. Tile debug list again is this screen that I get. So there aren't any, so we're not showing anything. Thank you for that follow. So what I want to show up in this list is the different searches and pathfinds that these NPCs are doing. So, for example, right now they're all just wandering around, so they don't have any paths that they're finding or looking for. They have a wander area, right? Or what I've been calling a tether area. I want to be able to see those. Also, what if I pick up one of these NPCs and move them somewhere distant and they start to path back? Right, George is now pathing back to home. I want to be able to see that in this list and see the path that he's going to follow. Hey there, Tim. Reusable NPCs, yes, indeed. How are you doing? You guys should check out Tim's channel if you haven't. Probably everybody here already has, but just in case you haven't, you don't know who Tim is, I'm glad you're well. Tim is making his own game with his own game engine in C++, and all of his games are racing themed, so you might like it. Check out his stream later. Assuming he's not streaming now. If he's streaming now and chatting in my channel, then wow, he's like a pro. I can't do that though. When I'm streaming, I can't watch or be in anyone else's chat. All right. So, finding all the search pathfinds. Rather than try to write it from scratch, I'm going to go back into the Git history and find where I had that code and then bring it back in. All right. That was... Oh, I forgot to mention, I did do a deployment post-stream yesterday. So the production environment is running the latest code now. So if you log in, you will have equipment slots. The swords that were in the game before are not equipable. I need to fix that. So if you log into my game and then you try to drag the sword that you might have and put it into one of your hand equipment slots, it won't work. That's not a bug with the equipment system. It's because those swords are technically not swords. Work, and some waiting for build. All right. Well, thank you for being here. Okay, so here's where I took out the old code. So let me find it. I don't think I'm going to write a test for this. It's just for debugging. So I'm just going to find where we did it. Where was it? A tether, maybe? Maybe this is it. Wander area cache. Oh, here we go. Placing tiles into the debug. So, what would be the easiest way to do this? Can I copy from here? 'That'd probably be the best, right? I have make name for NPC. Oh, yeah, I should pull that too. Let's take this whole bit of code here into my Clippy clipboard, and we'll remove all of the little minus signs off of the front. And then let me see if this function still exists, or did I kill it? We only need to look into Lua files. That's probably in my utility still. Oh, it is. Okay, so we can make use of that, right? Okay, let's just try to pull this straight into the, what is it? The anchor script here, where we do a search. That's probably the best place, right? Let me think about this. I'm going to want to remove it. Does this code have a way to remove it? The store debug tiles, is there a remove debug tiles? Let me look. Drop debug tiles. Okay. How does that work? Drop debug tiles. Yes, go there. So it just takes a key. And store debug tiles also took a key? Yes. Okay, so there's a key we're constructing. I guess it's this name. Yeah, the name is the key. So we can actually store would overwrite, right? If we're always going to construct a new one, then I don't really need to do a drop debug tiles, do I? I just need the store. So yeah, this code going right in here, I guess. Let's comment these different sections here. Or what would be better is to just make a subroutine do this. Yeah. So we will be NPC anchor store debug tiles context. All right, and we'll make this a new function. Local NPC anchor store debug tiles is a function which takes the context of the NPC and does all this junk in it. And we can remove this indent by saying if not name, then return end, and then outdent all this stuff. Okay. Wander area is fine, I guess. So I don't want wander area cache, do I? I want context. Why did I call it aggro search? Ooh, that's wrong. Why did I call it aggro search? Why? What's context aggro search? Oh, it's only used in the testing. Do I actually need that line? Or can I just use that? I forget what that variable was. If it was just for testing a side effect, then maybe I do need it for the test. I certainly don't need it here. Okay, it's not being put. If I don't put it into the context, I should just pass it, right? Search. And so another argument here, search. So it's just search here. Places in cost order, debug. So we're basically assembling the places in the search results and making an entry in the debug tiles for each one of them. And the label we're using is just the cost number. Okay, and then so it's not wander entity, it's context NPC entity. And the NPC component is context.npc. Right, so we have name. Position is context position zone, debug tiles. And this is the callback to tell if the debug tiles have expired. They expire if that entity doesn't exist, right? So the entity is this entity. Right. Okay. So this will delete the tile set, the debug tiles, if it doesn't get into here. Basically, if the NPC no longer has a position in the game, if they've been destroyed, then it will remove the tiles. Okay. I think this will work. Let's give it a try. And it won't show up now because it's not recomputed. It's just pulled from cache. It's not recomputed until I change the anchor. So I'm going to go into George here and change his anchor position. Let's put him to Y of 11. And there it is. And there's the origin. So if I go there and change it back to 10, it should it should recalculate it. And it did. There you go. So it's working. So now this is his wander area. So we can test this by if I pick him up and put him on 15, he should be happy standing there. But if I put him 1 square away on the 16, he's going to walk all the way back until he gets to a 5, I think. Though those thresholds are set. See, and then he did an additional wander over to the 4 one. Those ones are set by these variables here, tether, min, and max. So if I set that to a 1 there, and if I move now George up to this 1 out of range, he should move all the way back to this square here. Keep moving, George. There you go. And then he did 1 additional wander step. The way I like to tune this is not to go strictly back to the home position, but go close by. Let's make it 3. All right. So we should start to see the wander areas for the slimes too, if I were to change the slimes anchor position, or just delete them and some new ones get added. So let me just wipe out all the NPCs up here. They're at level 30, right? Yes, so if I right click over them, they're all being destroyed. Ha ha ha. So 1 popped up right before I deleted him, and so his wander area was calculated. Oh, but it doesn't exist anymore because he got deleted. Right, so here are the wander areas for the slimes. So another thing I could do is it's redundantly calculating wander areas for different slimes. I can have it calculated just for the whole class. Actually, you know, I'd rather just keep it the same. They all have their own anchors. They all happen to have the same position of the anchor. So this is the areas that the slimes will wander around in. So if I were to pick this guy up and put him here, he should wander back now. Okay, why is he not? Now he is. Took him a second. Huh, try that again. And now he is. Interesting. There's a pause there. Oh, that's because of this origin problem, right? There was probably a slime standing on the origin, and so he didn't know how to path back to it. So if I were to, like, move him now... Yeah, he's not moving because there was someone standing on the origin spot, so he couldn't find a path. So that's the find a path problem. Okay, anyway, I also want to see the aggro ranges. Oh, I don't have that in there yet. I'll wait until that's in there. So let me just check this in. This is... add back debugging or storing of debug tiles for NPC wander areas. That part. Commit it. And we're good. Hey there, A squared. A squared pi. How are you doing? All right. Doing okay? I'm glad. Let me think. What's the next? Why think when I can look at my list? Oh, I need to do the path find so when they're pathing. All right, let's do that. Oh, that's good, A squared. Hopefully you're taking mental health day when you need it. Okay. Yeah, that kind of thing runs into my, well, assuming, I shouldn't assume. What runs in my family tends to be like depression stuff. So I'm familiar with that. I know how that works. Sometimes you need either help, just someone to talk to, or just a break every once in a while. All right. Let me I'm trying to I'm just scatterbrained today. That's what it is. I want to go to pursuit because that's where we do path finds, right? And then whenever we make a path here, right here, I want to actually do the debugging. So let me take what I did here for storing the debug tiles. Let me just make a copy of it. No one runs in your family? Yeah. Yeah, if you need anyone to talk to, let me know. I am familiar with. I'm a good listener. I hope I'm a good listener. What I've learned is some mental issues, all you just need is someone to listen to you, and you just talk. Like most therapists and counselors, they don't have any kind of special secret other than they just they make you talk, and they ask you questions to prompt you to talk, and just getting things off your chest, vocalizing what's going on in your head can be a big relief. All right. Where to put this function? I guess we can put it here and call it NPC pursuit store debug tiles. And we'll call this pursuit. And technically it is a search, right? No, it's a path. Okay, so it's slightly different. So we're going to say it's a path. Right, the path is always in cost order. So, or step order. We don't actually know what the costs are, right? Yeah, I think find path just gives us a sequence of steps. Actually, let me verify that. Find path. Let's go look at it. Pin that guy. Find path. Yeah, what does this actually return? Returns a path. Okay, so the steps are of whatever the type of the template was. We know the total cost and whether or not it can be reached, and we have the steps, but this, if I'm using position, this position only has X and Y, no cost. Okay, so that means that we're just going to get back X's and Y's. And I think it's just tables. Let me look at that. Yeah, it's in here, right? Lua array from position. Yeah, so it's just a list. X and then Y. And X is in 1 and Y is in 2. Okay, so it's very simple. So that means I'm going to want a counter or a step count. And we'll just increment it in order here. Actually, I don't even need to do that, do I? I can just use, if I'm using I pairs of the path itself, then I can put that here, I. And it's toString I. And the place is just an array, so it's just like index and then something like that, and Y is index 2. All right. So if I keep this code, then the path will still show up even after we've reached the end of it. Maybe I want to adjust this and say it also expires if once the NPC reaches the end of the path. Or I guess I could just leave it in there. It will just always see the last path they tread. And so if I call this down here, context path, now we should start to see it. And the reason why it shows up here right away, hopefully, if I put him there and then I reload here, is because I'm running my Python script, which is detecting whenever I make a change to a script, and that's automatically uploading it to the game, which is pretty cool. I don't know where the cat is. You just redeemed it though, so I need to go find him and pet him. He's probably around the corner. You just won't see it because I don't have a camera pointing at it. But rest assured, I'm going to stretch and go pet the cat. Actually, I can't tell. Did you redeem it? Yes, you did. I couldn't find the cat. Let's put the camera back on. I don't know where the cat is. As soon as I see the cat in Dorn, then I will pet him. And then you will be redeemed. Unless you want me to refund your points until the cat comes back. Up to you. Actually, that's, I'm going to do that. Can't find the cat. I'm going to see your points should have been redeemed back, so you should have 2,000 more points. Let me know if it didn't work. I forgot to say hi. Hi, Endorn. Sorry, I don't know where the cat is right now. And hi, Raz818. Adam EJ, one of my most favorite emotes. Oh, what are you playing? You beat the witness, right? You got your points back? Cool. Yeah, what are you gaming? League of Legends. I've seen a couple of people play that. I haven't really been interested in playing it myself. Mostly because it just looks like... What does it look like to me? I never really got into StarCraft or... What is it? That kind of game. Yeah, you can refund them. Yeah, if I hit reject on the redemption, then you get your points back. Yep. Okay, cool. So these slimes have been busy... Oh, why are these all empty? Some of them are empty. Why are they empty? Is it... Do I have it set up even if they don't need to be? Huh. That's weird. Some of these are empty. Why is that? That one's not empty. Weird. This one's not empty. I'm wondering if this one right here is empty because it got overwritten at some point. What would have been overwritten by? I should test if what happens if I delete all those slimes, though. It should remove all of the debug tiles. So if I go right-click to destroy them all, and I'm... Yeah, there we go. Oh, stay dead. Yeah, so it removed all of them except for that one because I had it selected. And then that's the new one that just got created. Okay, so the expiration stuff still works. I know, never forget. Slimy. Never forget. That's a slime generator. It's invisible. All right, I guess we'll call it done. So this, I'm going to steal from the last commit message and reuse it. Add backstoring of debug tiles for NPC pursuit paths. All right. Okay, let's include the search origin in the results. Fixing bug in search area. Search area discovery. Include origin in the results. So we can see that readily in the debug tiles. If I show George's Wander area, that tile is notoriously empty. It should be green and have a 0 on top of it. I know, X squared. How could Adam have done that? The moment that I gave him, his character, the ability to walk on water, he immediately moves over to squish that little slime that was on the island. It was hilarious. It's like he knew that I would grant him that ability and that that his first goal was to go destroy that NPC across the water. I didn't think about it. What did come up? I asked him if what he was counting, and he I forget what he said, but I think he was keeping it a secret. He told me later that whatever he was counting, it was 300, but it makes me suspicious that he didn't really count anything. I should have had a list with me, right? What things to bring up with him when I met him. 0 in a different color. I think just the fact that it's a 0 would be good enough. Although I do like the idea of possibly making them different colors. That's not something I can control easily right now, right? How do I do that in the stage.js debug? I think I have it the color hard coded somewhere. Debug tile. Let's look for this. Debug tile collections. Destroy all. On debug tiles. Here we go. Yeah, so I have the color hard coded here. So I would have to figure out where would I indicate the color to draw. I could make a special case here. I can say if the, what is it called? If the label text, actually that's not the name of that's not the actual text, is it? Maybe it is. We have the label text. Oh, yeah. If the label text is the string 0, then maybe use a different color here. Yeah. So it's all in this line right here, right? In how we calculate this color. Excuse me. Oh, my light turned off. Hold on a second. It's a loose connection. Hold on a second. I got like a loose plug for the light that I have, the little light that I have. All right. Do we really want to mess with that right now? I guess we could go through, well, right now the label is a text field controlled by the server. It might not be a number. I'll have to think about that. In the meantime, let me give you some points. Let me give you 2 points. I'll give you a 3rd point for giving me the function. Let me take a look at that later. So, to do, consider different colors for debug tiles. A squared suggestion. Well, because Toulouse, I like A squared's. I like where they're going with it, and especially the code help with the lerp function helps out. So I like it, but I don't want to get too distracted. Here's where I would modify it, though. Let me just include the results. So that's a change to this code, right? Find reachable places. Ultimately, it's in the pathfinding, isn't it? It's in this algorithm. Hey there, Frosty. What you been up to? I think, in addition to emplacing the frontier with the starting position, I want to put that in the steps, don't I? Last step. Let me look at this. What is frontier again? What's a search step? Position previous cost. Steps is a map. Okay. Okay, so maybe down here, it's places that end up going in there, right? So I can just say places push back starting position. Right? What's this if step first is not starting position mean? What is that? Why do I have that conditional? I don't understand that. NDA stuff? You mean redacted? You mean redacted? That's a ski dog joke. Something that he's under NDA not to say, he'll just say redacted, and if it's in text, it looks like it's been deleted. Okay, so we take the starting position, we put it on the frontier, and in the steps, oh, I see how this is working. It's set, okay, it's a special step from itself to itself. And it's popped off because all we care about doing is to get that last step. So this will start out the first last step will be the starting position. So then where is steps set, right? Hold on. I'm missing something. Oh, right here. That's where it's constructed. Okay, so the key is always the next step, not the previous step. So, oh wait, right. We're removing the special one that has that's self-referential then. So maybe that's the key, is just remove this if, right? And then build. Actually, I need to build a release build. No comment, redacted, same thing, right? Okay, so now the places returned by find reachable places will include the origin. It's just that the origin is going to look kind of funny because these search steps have both the position and the previous. So in the case of the origin of the search, the previous will be the same as the position, and so we have to avoid an infinite loop if we're marching back to the previous. Yeah, we have to make sure we don't get stuck at the origin. That's the only thing to be careful of. Okay, so it's built. Gonna take the server down, do an update RVS, and start it again. Now, hopefully, we'll have a cost 0 step at the search origins. Caught up to cluster. Refresh. Oh. I'm not connected anymore. Reload. Oh, this thing again. We're to do HTTPS localhost 8084. I didn't want to search for it. And then say advanced, proceed to localhost unsafe, then reload. Because we're using a self-signed certificate. All right. Cool. So now it includes a 0 origin spot. And now it should still work if I pick up George and place him outside his wander area. He should still seek back to roughly this 5 spot there. Oh, did I change it to 1? Oh, I changed it to 2. Okay, that's fine. All right, checking that in. Yes. Okay, so pathfinding. Include starting position in results. That was easier to fix than I thought it would be. I didn't have a unit test for that because that template doesn't actually have tests. It's stuff I brought in from a previous project where I didn't bother doing unit testing. I figure I test it through other means anyway. All right, so what's next? Okay, this extra pathfind if there are things in the way in pursuit start. So let's do that. I know, Steve. Yeah, so this pathfinding algorithm, which implements, I think it's technically Dijkstra's algorithm because we have a cost function. I don't have any tests for it because I brought this in from some really old work I did for the previous iteration of my game idea. That with the A-star pathfinding, this whole thing is a template called pathfinding, and I pulled it in. Yeah, I think it was really from 2 years ago, at least. All right, what was this? Oh, we don't need that anymore. Current task. So this is now fixing bug in pursuit, NPC pursuit. Let me reword this. Actually, that's fine. Path through other characters. Path through other characters. Yeah, there we go. Wait a minute. How come? Oh, I see. I'm like, how come it shows that I don't need to wave to Steve? It's because I did an hour ago. My stream helper is correct. All right, scatterbrain today. NPC pursuit. This one. And then it's test, NPC pursuit test. All right. These tabs are like all over. Look, move this tab so where I can see it with the other one, please. They're just everywhere. What if I just delete it? Just drop everything. NPC, yeah. That one. Pin it. And that one. Pin that one too. There we go. Okay, I need to make one where... Actually, it's this... It's not... No, it's not can't move. It's not continue. It's start. Start pursuit. It's the case where we can't get a path right away and it has to search a second time. It should search a second time. It's one thing. And then when the cost function that we get back for the second time should ignore characters. So there are really 2 different tests I need to do. So let me grab this one. Let's pull it down to here. Start pursuit. Second find if blocked. So we'll start with that's not on any kind of path. There will be 2 paths. Second path first. First path will be empty. Second path will be that. So I need to record the number of times find path is called then. So, and I don't care about this max range, do I? Actually I do. Yeah, so we'll say local find count, find path count starts at 0, and then we're going to increment it. There's no plus equals 1 or plus plus in Lua, unfortunately, so we have to be repeating the name. All right, these are all still correct. This one depends on what the path count is. So if find path count is 1, then return first path. Else return second path. End. Okay. So we're going to tell it to pursue. We're going to expect that it finds that path eventually. We're also going to expect that it search twice. So it's 2 for find path count. So doesn't do that yet, right? Oh, I need to mock that now in all these tests because it's used for the debug tiles. Ooh. Yeah, so mock the functions used for tile debugging. Yeah, tile debugging. Function do nothing. Actually, it's expected to return something. Return foobar, and then there's another one, right? I'll let the test educate me on what's required. Oh, it actually doesn't. Because it's calling the game. And actually, what does common have? For store debug. Oh, it's just an empty function. Do nothing. All right, good. So that's the only thing I needed to mock was this. So that will also be in the anchor stuff, right? So I'll need to have that function over there. Down here. Run them again. And we're all good. I should probably check that in as another commit. Fix broken tests. That and that hunk. So it's fixed NPC script tests broken by adding tile debugging. All right. Now back to this. This should fail saying, yeah, so it only did 1 search, not 2. And it returned no path at all. Okay, good. So then the code that matches is up here, right? Yeah. So try to find the path using one cost function. We should have it check. If the length of the path is 0, then we'll try a secondary search. Then try doing a path. So I need to have 2 different cost functions, essentially. So let's make this one wrapped cost around characters, and this is through characters. Around characters, through characters. Actually, can't I just make a factory here? Let's do a wrap cost around characters. Wrap cost function. And this is wrapped cost function cost through characters. And then wrap cost function is a function that takes another function called the cost function. And it's going to return a function which takes these things and calls the cost function with these things right here. There we go. So wrap cost function is now a function factory. Given a cost function, it's returning a new function which is a wrapper around it, basically to change the arguments. So the actual cost function takes a context, an entity, and a max cost, right? But what findPath requires is a function that takes a list of starting entities, a list of ending entities, and the max cost. So this is the adapter for it. This is kind of like in JavaScript if you had an arrow function. The equivalent in JavaScript would be wrap, or I guess const, wrap cost function equals cost function arrow. These, actually, hold on. This has to be in parentheses in JavaScript, right? That arrow this. That's the equivalent in JavaScript, I believe. It's a double arrow function. When you see a double arrow function, you're looking at the outer one as a factory that produces the inner one. All right, so we're making two of them. So I need to have two cost functions, and that's what the other test is going to do. So where are my costs? Here's the one around characters. So I need to make one for through characters. No need for the first params. You mean it can just be no parentheses at all? You're probably right. That was my clever ploy to unlurk you, Venix. Mission accomplished. All right, so here's the second cost function. Actually, you know what? I could use the same cost function just with another argument, right? Yeah, why don't we do that? Let me have another argument is avoid characters. Right? So, yeah. It should be here. If avoid characters denies true. And then. That's all I need to do, right? You haven't had time for Twitch in a long time? I watch Twitch in the background. I guess other people watch it in the foreground. And I'm not sure why you'd want to watch my stream in the foreground unless you, well, I don't know, you guys tell me. I have trouble watching dev streamers in the foreground because a lot of the times I have no idea what they're doing. And I can understand that. We're only looking at 20-some or 30-some lines of my code, which is many tens of thousands of lines. And so it's really hard to know exactly what I'm doing. So yeah, for me, it's like in the background, and so I'm watching it, or I'm watching Twitch while I'm doing something else. And so it's not like I need time to watch it. It's just something that is secondary. Okay, if that's an extra argument, and I'm just calling it cost, then I need to change my factory here, right? So let's make this one take that extra argument, avoid characters, and then pass it in through here. And then this just becomes wrapped cost function cost false. No. True. Haven't really spent time on my computer lately. Generally just like watching a MMO. I see. That makes sense. Hey there, Resubaka. So Venix, thank you so much for being here. It means a lot that you're here even though you haven't had time to spend on the computer or you don't like watching on mobile. Fourth screen, yeah, Frosty's got a lot of screens. You have the stream mute if you're doing something that requires hearing whatever you're doing. Now this NDA stuff you don't have to mute. I see. The more you say about it, the more you risk disclosing. That's the D. Open Twitch on Fire TV. It's fun to watch. Yeah. Yeah, let's not make assumptions. I make that mistake all the time. I say he or his, and it's like, well, I actually don't know if they're, what pronoun to use. All right, is this correct? If so, this will pass, right? No, I broke a whole bunch of things. Oh, probably because of this. Probably because this is called twice, right? because we're returning an empty path. So I need to adjust this to return some arbitrary path. How come it won't type there? Okay, run it again and it'll pass, right? No. Why? Why you no work? Oh, it needs to be wrapped in a special way, doesn't it? Where were we doing that? Up here? Where is it? Find path. Oh, I guess I don't need to do that. So what's wrong with this one then? I don't know. I think Benix is just joking. That's what the kappa means, Frosty. So, take it with a grain of salt, I think. I don't remember, what's the name of that rule? We can't always tell the emotion or the intent behind the message when it's just text, so that's why we put, like, emotes and stuff. I think it's, if kappa just means joking, right? Let's see. Yeah, why is... I should look at the message. Why is it failing? Actual was nil. Nil for actual cost? That noob, you have been successfully unlurked. Hello. Actual cost is nil. Why? Why is that nil? Just out of curiosity, let's count the number of searches. Find path count. Wow, that's not count. That's count. That equals that plus 1. Moon unit expect equal 1 for that. There we go. Okay, so it was only called one time, but the cost function we got gave me nil. Cost return nil. Weird. Oh, this should just... Hold on. No, that's cost. Cost returns something, right? Oh, it doesn't. Shoot. Oh, no, that's inside of this visitor. What does it do on the outside? It returns either 1 or max cost. So why is it returning nil then? I'm doing something wrong here. It's not... Okay. Return new path. Let me just copy this. Yeah, why is it nil? It's so weird. I don't know. If I return an empty path, it'll certainly be not 1. Yeah, it's calling it twice for find path count. So we should return something. But it's returning nil for the cost instead of 3. Which is max cost plus 1 here. Why? Hey there, King. Yeah, I saw, King, you had 2 versions of it. The one you told me about and the one you told Adam about. Just be careful about asking for that kind of thing live. I think it's okay to ask for it in Discord, but live on stream, some streamers might not take it the right way because unless it's a stream dedicated to reviewing people's resumes, it's a little off topic. So I have like the off topic, and so does Adam in the Discord for asking off topic things, and that's perfectly fine to ask for reviewing a resume. But yeah, in the future, it's probably a good idea to avoid like asking on live on stream for something that's not on topic. Well, yeah, hopefully sound like you got a lot of good advice from, there was someone in Adam's Discord, so they did a lot more careful, a lot more detail feedback to you, which looked really good. I agreed with everything they said. So, Alt F4? PogChamp? Alt F4, how are you doing? How is your stream? Hopefully you're not watching an ad right now. You're a sub, right? So you're not going to be watching an ad. But just in case, maybe I'll wait a few moments. How long did ads typically go on Twitch? Like 12, 15 seconds? Not that long? Until people start chatting. So, hold on a second. I'm trying to fix this bug. Okay, no ad. About 12 seconds. All right. Welcome, Alt F4 stream and Raiders. If you've never been here before, here I've been meaning to update these commands. So right now they're 2 commands. I need to pull them into one. There's an intro video for my stream, and there's also a little bit of extra info that you can look at, and the link to actually try out the client for my game. You got Raft Discovery working? Nice. What's Raft Discovery, though? Oh, is that like adding new servers to the cluster? That kind of thing? Thank you for the follow. I was going to combine new with game, I think. Oh, I see. Did you know, Alt F4, I have a bug in my Raft Discovery right now. I was doing it the other day where it does not actually finish the reconfiguration for some reason. But only sometimes. Like, it happened in production, but not in test, so I still have bugs. So yours is probably further along than mine at this point. Oh, you had the same bug. Okay. Yeah, it's weird. Like, I'll tell it to add a server, and it'll start the process, but it won't finish it. And also sometimes when I tell it to remove a server, it'll take... If it's a follower, it usually works. But if it's a leader, it'll configure itself out of the cluster, but it never... For some reason, none of the other servers ever time out and take leadership. And I'm like, why is that happening? So I have either a bug in the cluster timeout mechanism, or there's confusion about... the leader stepping down, so I haven't figured that out yet. Yours is due to implementation on startup and using a start node basically versus restart node. Okay. I see, I think. Yeah, so I use, for anyone who doesn't know, I use Raft in my game implementation as well, so I have a little screen here showing I'm running 3 copies of my game. One is the leader. This number is the... what do we call it? The term number. So that means over the course of the last year and a half, however long I've been running this, I've restarted my cluster 2,828 times. Hey there, Mama Dev. A lot of the times this number accelerates because of bugs, where there's just constant timeout chains. And I just haven't bothered to reset the Raft state, so we've reached a pretty high number. The number is really irrelevant. It bumps up every time the cluster needs to assign a new leader, or if you restart the whole cluster. So yeah, I use the Raft consensus algorithm just like Alt F4 stream does. Mine's a custom implementation, which means it's buggy as heck, but it's working well enough for me. And if you're not familiar with Raft, I got a nice command for that right there. You can learn more about it on raft.github.io. It's an excellent starting point. There's also a nice series of white papers about it. Anyway, the whole idea is that we have 2 extra copies of the game running, so where if this leader server who runs the game were to crash, any of these other 2 servers could immediately just step in and start running the game, and without any data loss, because every change that happens in the game, whether it's me moving the camera like that, or one of these NPC moves, is instantly replicated across all the servers in the cluster, so they all have a copy of every change to the game. Are you guys... you have the same link? That's cool. Yeah, that site, this Raft GitHub.io, I really like it because it's got an interactive section on it. You go down here, right? You can say, oh, let's stop that server and see what happens. and if we're getting impatient, we can speed things up, right? Actually, how does this work? I guess this one's about to time out, so he's going to become the leader, right? But let's go and stop him. So we've stopped the one that's become the leader, and so these numbers are the term numbers, right? So if we start that guy back up, restart, there and go. He's going to time out, and he's going to be turn 3, and he's probably going to become the leader. So I really like these interactive sites to help you visualize how things work. This is showing the state change log of every server. So like if I added how do we do that? I click on that and do request, and then continue. There it got appended to the leader, and then all of the followers. And then as soon as they act back, then we know it's all replicated. And server 4 is still offline, right? We go to server and restart it. Server 2 will quickly catch up and get... server 4 quickly catches up to knows it's in turn 3 and gets that new state. So really, really cool. I love that site. Yeah, that's where I started and where I got the initial understanding of how things worked. Anyway, today I'm working on getting the scripts for my game's NPCs up and running. So my game is MUD, which is multi-user dungeon. It's an old kind of genre of multiplayer online game where it's mostly text-based, but I have some graphics in it. And the engine's all custom, so I'm working to build up the engine. So if you were to log into my game right now, you wouldn't see much other than similar things to what I have here in the test environment. So a few NPCs, some of them are friendly, some of them are hostile. There's not many items in the game. There's not much content. It's just really a big test for the engine, which is under development. So yeah. I am right now trying to fix a bug. Let me demonstrate it. So if I pick up 2 of these slimes and put them at the end of this hallway, you'll see that... actually, I need to put this guy back out. I didn't set that up right. Oh, and he teleported. Oh, that's an interesting bug I just realized. Okay, yeah, so the way this is supposed to work is any of these slimes, if you put them too far away from this origin point here, they march back to the origin. Okay, so here's the bug. He is staying where he is and not marching back because there are 2 slimes in the way. If I move them out of the way, like that, then this one will start marching back to base. The bug is that the pathfinding is failing because if other characters get in the way of the path, then the character will say that there is no path back and then not pursue their home. So to fix that, I'm having 2 path finds. There's an initial path find that tries to go around other characters, but if that fails, it tries to do a path find through other characters, with the goal of that even if there's someone in your way, you'll still try to go back to your base. That's what I'm doing here. And I'm trying to figure out how I broke this test here. This is testing the cost function we use in the pathfinding algorithm. It's supposed to grab a copy of the cost function, and then we should be able to call it. And then the cost of being blocked by another character should be, we get 3 for the cost, which is 1 more than the max cost. But for some reason, it's not working. That line should be down here. I had to refresh to get that. I broke it somehow where we're getting back 0 instead of 3 from this cost function. I don't know why. So, trying to debug that. I think it has something to do with how I wrapped the cost function. So it's going to go through here. It's going to call wrap cost function, taking the cost function, and then avoid characters is true. And it's supposed to... calling this gives us a function which, if we call it giving these things... Oh, wait. I don't have a max... Do I have a max cost? I do. So we're calling it with 2 entity lists. It's supposed to take the NPC's calling context, take the first ending entity, so it's E6 here, and it's supposed to figure out what's the cost of moving to E6. And with this max cost and avoid characters being true. So maybe the problem is in this cost here. If avoid characters is true. So deny will be true. So it should block. it should be max cost plus 1 here. I don't know why it isn't. Okay, let's... Hey there, Jackamus. How are you doing? I think I'm just going to do a print here. Let's print permit deny and run the test again. Okay, deny. So now let's print what max cost was. Plus 1. Because why not? Run it. Okay, but the actual being nil is weird because it should be returning that, storing it there, and why are we getting nil there? So weird. Let's put prints before and after. I'm doing these prints mostly because I don't have a decent debugger for Lua. Okay, so it is 3. Why is the actual nil? I'm doing much better, Jackamus. Thank you. I had a cold the last couple weeks. Like week and a half. Almost 2 weeks. Almost completely cured now. Okay, so we know it's returning something from this cost function. The problem is... what? Oh, this should be return. I'm just stupid. I'm dumb. That's what it was. All right. I was missing a return statement. Because I was thinking about it in terms of JavaScript, right? The JavaScript equivalent of that, like I had earlier, was you would say something like this. You'd say const that is this arrow this arrow that, right? That's how you do it in JavaScript. And so I forgot that in Lua, you return is required in both of these two places. And I had a return here, but I forgot the return there. Yeah, fail. I know, I failed. But good, I'm glad I have my unit test to show me that. All right, so these other ones are failing probably because I'm not actually returning a real path here. So let me do that. These need to return an actual path to test the cost function now that we're using actually 2 different variants of the cost function. So then to test that, instead of being blocked by an NPC and a player, let's test that that they're ignored on the second call. So cost NPC ignored second path find. And this is player ignored second path find. Okay, so to make it the second path find, I need to make sure that that's going to be a 2. And on the first, so if path find is 1, then I say too much. Return an empty path. Otherwise, return some kind of path. And we want to do that in both of these places here. And I'll need that path find count down here. And we'll need to increment the number there. And I'll want to have that expectation down here. So an ignore would mean a cost of 1 and not 3. So let's run them. Cool. All right, so it's all working. So that means that these guys should no longer trip over themselves, as long as I'm running this script, which I'm not. So we need to run it again. So this Python script here keeps the scripts in the game on my test environment synchronized with what I have in my workspace. So it just uploaded the latest pursuit script. So now if I take 2 of these guys and like place some of the guys in the way and then place 1 outside here. Yeah, so he's still going to try to pursue his home even though this guy's blocking it. He'll get all the way to where he can't move anymore and then he'll stop. right? And let's look at the wander area. So he's still outside the wander area. Okay, now he's in the wander area. If I place more of these guys outside, though. This one. Click, move. So they'll now all pile up in this hallway. And as soon as people move out of the way, they should move back in. Yeah, so if I start to move these guys out, then these guys, yeah, okay, so it's working correctly now. All right, cool. I like it. I just don't want them to get stuck because they don't see a path back to their home base. So fix bug in NPC pursuit if characters get in the way. Let me amend that and say do a second path find if characters get in the way, and ignore characters in the cost function for the second path find. Characters may still be blocked by other characters, but at least they will attempt to move. They'll attempt to move and then they'll fail. Alright. Just going through these one at a time. The next one was cleaning up the clearing of the pursuit anchor flag. I'm thinking about turning that flag into something more generic. Like pursuing, and then the value would be anchor or enemy. Because what this is used in this logic down here will say if pursuing anchor. There's probably also something in here that says if pursuing enemy. If pursuing a target, right? Yeah. Actually, if it's pursuing a target and the target, so we would need to know which entity we're pursuing. I could do it this way. I could say a pursuing variable, if it's a number, then it's an entity. If it's not a number, it could be a string. If it's a string, then if the string is anchor, then we're pursuing the anchor. You could do it that way, because Lua is flexible like that. Just realized that the new Doom game is only a month approximately away. Is there another new Doom game? How many Doom games are there? Been a lot of Doom remakes. Doom. Do I have a Doom command? No, I have no Doom command. How are you doing? Worship the sofa? Enough soon, you think, huh? What was it? Doom? I forget which Doom game I was playing, but I wanted to go back and play it again because I don't think I ever finished it, and it was really terrifying for me at the time. Dune. Dune is not Doom. The one I remember playing was where you're on a Martian colony, and I thought it was a cool game because a lot of the game has you going through the domes, the pressurized areas. There's one part of the game where you have to leave the pressurized area and go out into the Martian surface, and then you have to get back in because there's only a certain amount of air you have or something like that. And that was so cool. And I forget which Doom game that was. Okay, so next thing I'm working on is that. So let me go to this. Doom Eternal. Doom games. Can I get a list? Doom franchise. Let's see which one it was. Was it Doom 3? Might have been Doom 3. Can I see some? This sounded like it. There's more Doom 3 screenshots. Doom 3 screenshots. Sure. See all, yeah. I think this is the one I'm remembering. So this is a long time ago. I'm looking for like, I can't tell for sure. I think this is it though. This game terrified me at the time. That's the last Doom game I played. So that's been a while since I played Doom, I guess. If it was 2004, that was 16 years ago. Yeah, I was younger. It was terrifying. Let's see. I'm not fixing that bug anymore. We've moved on. Right. So, cleaning up pursuing flag used by NPCs to track what they're chasing. Doom 2016, what did that look like? I wish there would be more screenshots in Wikipedia. There's videos. There's the wiki. Images. Nope, haven't played it. Same theme though. Lots of demons. For sure. Alright. Okay, so the flag that I have right now is in NPC AI Lua, and I think I need to take it out, and so this bit of logic I don't really want to have anymore. I think what I want to do is whenever I have pursuit start, I want to give a label or something for this. I know what I can do. I have this second argument right now. That's what that's how I'm going to do this. NPC pursuit start. Right. So if it's a sometimes it's an entity and sometimes it's a position, right? So if it's a position, I think I want it to always be an anchor. Do I want to always be in an anchor position? It need not. It might not necessarily be one. I think I want to keep it generic. So that means I kind of want to have a fourth argument for NPC pursuit start then. Yeah, so let's do that. So start pursuing entity. So we'll have a fourth argument here. Foobar. And then where is that going to show up? That should show up in the delta. Foobar should be in context delta NPC pursuing. Yeah. Okay. So it's whatever I put in that fourth argument should show up there. And I guess I'll just, for consistency's sake, I'll just put foobar everywhere. Right? And I don't really need to check it more than once. Because if it breaks, it'll be that one test that it broke on. Except for if the pursuit fails to set a path. So I need to look and see, do any of these end up having an empty path? That's the cost function, so we don't care about that. Or cost function. So there isn't any. So I should probably make one, right? Where pursuit fails. Yeah, let's make one where the pursuit fails. Sure, I'll just copy this test and make another one where there's no path. So start pursuit, no path found. Hey there, Gripner. What's going on here? Working on scripts for my game that drive the non-player characters. Let me turn off this so that you can see it. So these little slime guys and this guy named George are all non-player characters in the game I'm working on. You can see a little intro to my stream there. You can try out my game at that other link, or there's a link to my notebook. I'm working on a MUD, which is a old school multi-user dungeon, is what MUD stands for. It's an old school online multiplayer game. It's primarily text-based, but there's some graphics, and it's all on a custom engine. So I wrote the engine myself, and part of the engine includes the scripts that drive the non-player characters, and I've been building the second iteration of those scripts up and working on various design issues with them. So I've done these so far today. So one issue, like for example, that I was working on earlier was I couldn't see the like for example, this is the area which that NPC named George will wander through without if he wanders outside of this area, he'll go back to the center, that kind of thing. That it wasn't being tracked in my debugging panel. So yeah, you're part of the boomers. I have this little what do we call it? You know how people say sometimes "okay, boomer"? The above my head, there's that chat. Like, oh, it won't show it for me, will it? I keep forgetting that I turn off my own chat. So if someone else says "okay, boomer," it actually replaces it with a custom emote. There you go. Thank you, Mama Dev. So that is Boomer from the original Battlestar Galactica TV series, not the remake, but the original one. That's how old I am. So I was a kid when that series was. That's what we all thought of as Battlestar Galactica, and that was Boomer. So there you go. Now I'm totally derailed, but that's okay. So I hope I explained what's going on here. I am trying to fix the scripts for the NPCs in my game. My game is still heavily under development, so you could log into it, but it's going to be more of this test stuff for now because the engine isn't done. We're just putting together basic things like that NPCs wander around in the dungeon, they can fight you, you can fight them back, you can pick up and drop items, that kind of thing. There's not much else yet, but we're working on it. So yeah, let me know if you have any more specific questions. I got a bunch of commands to explain what I'm doing. So for example, I have if you ask me what kind of game engine it is, then that's mostly talking about what you see in the client, which is the libraries I use. The back end of the game is all custom C++ stuff. I should probably update the engine command to say that, right? All right, so I'm adding a test here where we're asking an NPC to pursue something, but it couldn't find a path because I don't have a test for that. And what this should do is it should turn off the fact that we're pursuing something. I think it should, yeah. So yeah, might as well always just turn it off just in case it's on. So that would be this part's irrelevant, right? What is the common test setup? Doesn't have anything, so we should have something. Actually, it doesn't matter. Let's just leave that out. So the new path will be empty, right? Actually, I don't even need to say new path. We're not going to care about what this was passed in. We're max range. Yeah, might as well not. Yeah, this could just be a magic number. Who cares? We're always going to return that we can't find a path, right? That's an empty list when find path is called. So we'll say, please pursue the target entity, and it'll say can't find a path, so we should expect what for the path? An empty list, right? Empty array, 0 for the step, and then the pursuing should be nil. Technically, it should be in the list, though. Let's say we expect JSON nil. So an actual JSON wrapped nil in order to turn off the pursuing flag. Yeah. That's what I'm going to expect, and that won't pass yet because I haven't written the code for it. Oh, it sets it to 1. It doesn't really matter. We can say 1 is fine. So yeah, we're expecting. It says table, it's misleading. It should be a JSON whose value is nil. And it's not there, so let's add that. So that should be in here, right? Yes. Let's add it here because there's 2 chances to get a path. If we still can't find one, then context delta NPC. So this needs to be moved up then, up to here. pursuing is JSON nil. Else, we'll set it to whatever the thing was passed in, which I don't have yet. This will be pursue target flag or token or name or something. Pursuit ID. Let's just call it pursuit identifier, because that's what we're supposed to store down here. End. Retest. Pass. Nice. Without breaking anything else. Nice. Okay, cool. So that's working. Then I can remove this thing completely, right? So let's search for that. Should only show up in this script. Okay, I did start, but I didn't do continue. We need to handle the continue. I wanted to automatically turn that off if we reach the end of the path. So that should be when we make the last step, or if we make a step and we're blocked. So that's two different things, right? Right. Pursuit cannot move, and then this should have can move, not last step, and we should have a can move last step. So if the next step is step 2, and here the next step is 3. Okay. I need to be very careful here. If that's the path and we're on step 2 is next, then it means our position needs to be there, right? So context position X is 3, context position Y is -2. And for this other test, it's different. If we're on step 3 next, that means we're at this step 4, -2. All right. Move is successful in both cases. So if it's not the last step, then we're going to expect nil for context delta NPC pursuing. But if it's the last step, I'm going to this will be 4 now, and then this will be JSON nil, basically turning off the pursuing flag. Nil means it's not even in that table. JSON nil means it's explicitly being turned off. That's the convention I've been using. All right. Run it. That'll fail. This should succeed though. Okay. That should be the only test that fails. Cool. Oh, I should also I should have it expected there too, right? If we can't move, it should be turning off. I should also be doing this, right? We should turn off the path on the last step. Yeah, let's do that. So it'll be moved. Expect the path to be turned off. All right, so the can't move part would be continue. Here it is. So right, if we moved... Okay, so this is not only we moved, but it's either we moved... we moved and we're not at the last step, right? And the step +1 is... So the next step is less than, or actually I guess we can just say the step is less than the length of the path. Then, otherwise, and I need to add here context delta NPC pursuing is JSON nil. There we go. Run them again, that should pass. Nope, I messed up that one. Oh. Tables differ here. Oh, right. The expected step is -1. Cool. All right. So that means I can get rid of this whole logic here. So that's what I'm going to do. We don't need that anymore. And then this pursue anchor, it turns into pursuing equals anchor, right? Yes. pursue, let's just change the name now. Pursuing. And this should be if pursuing equals anchor. Oh, and pursuit stop, I need to update that one. It should do this for me. If pursuing is not equal, so if pursuing is not equal to anchor. So if we're not already pursuing the anchor and we're too far away, then we need to start pursuing the anchor. Right? Cool. I think that's it. It's just that I need to update the test for the stop. The stop needs to also clear the pursuing flag. Where's the stop test? Here it is. So that should do that. It doesn't yet, so let's update it. Pursue this line I need up here. Right there. Cool. Alright, so it should automatically be synchronized, so it should already work now. Let's test it. So if I take our old friend George here, I'm going to remove this old pursue anchor, just remove that flag completely. And then I'm going to take him and I'm going to move him way far out, way out there. And now when I, ooh, he's teleporting. Did you see that? He shouldn't be allowed to do that. How did he teleport? Wait a minute. Let's look at his pursuit. Let's watch that again. Oh, look at that. There's some kind of bug. He's hacking. Interesting. Let me do that, but then look at the journal as it happens. So I'll do that and let this run for a second, and then let me snag the journal, game journal, and then open it, new, paste it, and then we're going to look at what happened here. What happened? What's the keyboard shortcut for changing the format? I don't know what it is. Anyway, here it is. And his entity is 3330, so let's... So here's where he was walking. Where did he stop walking? Right here. Kind of hard to see it. He shouldn't be recalculating his path, so I think I messed up in that pursuing flag thing. Let's look for pursuing. There we go. Oh, why is it true? It should be the string, that's the problem. It should be setting it to the string. Yeah, it shouldn't be, it's recalculating a path each time and he's jumping. So I think it's because he's actually doing two actions at once. 1, 2, 3. It should... Pursuit start should put that... Oh, this shouldn't be there. That's the problem. It turns that off. Okay, maybe that was it. Let's try again. Put him there. Okay, there we go. What if I put something in his way? There we go. Can't go that way. Okay, now he's blocked, and let me take the barrier away. What's he doing now? Oh, is he within his wander area now? Yep. Okay, so let me pick him up again. Put him out here. Now put things in his way. Ha. Whoops. How come it's not letting me paint? That's weird. Now I can paint again. Oh, is it not letting me paint on top of the path? No, now it is. That's weird. Hold on. Something weird going on with my tools. Okay, try again. So move. You can go down here. Okay, now why is he not moving? Okay, he's totally messed up now. What's his state? Weird. But he's totally outside his own wander area now. Oh, because I have a barrier in the way. Duh. Okay. Now he'll pursue home. There he goes. And now I should put a barrier. How come I can't? Oh, clicking on the wrong thing. There. Barrier in the way. And he's finding a path. Oh, he found an alternate path. Can't let you out. Block you that way. He'll find a barrier and then... Oh, he found another way out. No, I don't want you to go that way either. He'll go to that barrier and stop. And now he can't find a path out. But if I give him a path back here, then he goes out that way. But then I stop him. Ha! And if I open up that way, when he gets to that point, he should stop, realize that he's blocked, and now he should pathfind again out. What's he doing? Is he not able to find... Oh, there he goes. It took him a while. Why did it take several steps for him to figure that out? Oh, because I don't have another way out now. Okay. I had the ground selected. Trying to replace the ground with the ground? Yeah, probably. I thought I had the barrier selected, but I guess I didn't. I'm just toying with him at this point. I want to see how long it takes him to... Okay, it takes about 2 turns. So once to try, and then his next turn, he looks for a new path. Okay, here, why is he taking so long to figure out the new path? That I don't get. So, block that again. It was when I blocked that off and opened that up. For some reason, he was standing there for a while, not changing his mind. Why did he move to the left there? The only thing I can think of is he decided to wander when he reached the end, and the wander put his action on cooldown. Oh, was that right? Maybe that was it. Oh, you're right. You're right, Superiors. You get a point. I need to mess with him way out here instead. So, there you go. And I need to mess with him before he gets too far. So, nope. Nope. Can't go that way. Now he has no way out. Let's give him a way out down here. But then block that off and then open it up here. But I'm, at this point, I'm just toying with them. Wander area is there, so he can't get there. Okay, yeah, so you're right. Superiors is right. He actually got to where he was close enough to his target to stop trying to seek it out again. All right, that makes sense. Open that up, I guess, again. Cool. All right, so I think it's working pretty well. When it's hard to inspect. Actually, I know what I can do. I can put him out here and then block all paths out. So now he can't escape. He should still be trying to return. No, well, okay. He might be constantly trying. No, at this point he won't be. Let me look at the game journal before it gets closed. File new. All right. 3330, right? Okay, he's constantly trying. He's trying to find a path, but he's failing. That's what it does. Maybe in the case where he can't find a path, it shouldn't even try. Because these are useless commands. He should, if he's not already on a path and he wasn't pursuing anything, then this is a no-op, right? I don't even need to do that. Yeah, so let me fix that problem. Don't need that. But before I do that, let me check in the last change I made. So this is cleaning up the variable that tracks what we're pursuing. Clean up variable tracking what an NPC is pursuing. Add a pursuing variable for NPCs that records what is being pursued. Clear this variable whenever a pursuit ends. Exactly. Commit that. Okay. Hey there, Gleb. How are you doing? Working on the logic for my game's NPC. So I'm toying with George, the NPC here, where he's trying to get back to this purple square, and there's no way for him to get there. So he's kind of sulking in the corner here. If I open up a way for him to get out, he's going to try to go there. But if I close it off, when he gets there, he's like, oh, I can't get out. So if I open that up, though, he's like, oh, I can go that way now. If I close that off and maybe open up this path, oh, I can get out now. But haha, I am an evil god here. Close that path off and open this one. He should get to the end there and then turn around and go the other way. So right at the moment, I haven't updated the current task. So right now he has no escape, but he's far from his home. So he's constantly trying to find a way out. So that shows up in my game's journal as over and over again, he'll be trying to he'll be setting an empty path, pursuing nothing, and on the first step of no path. So these are no-ops. Basically, that's his way of sulking. And instead of doing these commands, we should recognize that like nothing changed and actually not emit the command at all. That's what I'm working on right now. Yeah, he's using A star. So right now the costs are just 1 per square, but if I had like different terrain, like maybe if I added like tall grass there, you could imagine these might be a cost of 2 to traverse instead of 1. And so that given 2 equal paths through here, he might choose this path instead of that path because this path takes longer, that kind of thing. You'll put this line into your work report for today. Which line? Which line was that? Yeah, so I don't have any different costs based off to terrain right now, but the mechanism is in place. All right, so I want to add a test where pursuit fails. Oh, the doing nothing? You mean like George here? Where he's just kind of wandering around because there's nothing else he can do? Thank you for that follow. Okay. There should be... It's start pursuit. It's like down here, right? Start pursuit, no path found. This should have 2 variants. No path found had path earlier. Had previous path. And then a variant of this is no previous path. So no previous path, the arrange is context NPC path equals empty list. And then previous path is one of these, I'll just copy from up here. Somewhere. Scroll, 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 here we go. So where there was a previous path, right? So the idea is if the NPC was on a path before and we told him to stop pursuing something and he can't pursue it, he'll stop pursuing it, right? And actually, for consistency, shouldn't that be a 0? Shouldn't this always be a 0 if there's no path? Oh, I pressed something and now VS Code is stuck. Oh, wonderful. What did I hit? It's totally frozen. I'm still streaming, right? Help. VS Code stuck. Monka S. What do I do? I guess I just have to kill the window. Oh, there we go. Reopen. Thank you. That was interesting. I did something to totally freeze VS Code. Some key combination I hit totally froze it. I frequently trip up my fingers on the keyboard and hit the wrong key. Never before have I frozen VS Code though. Where was I? Doesn't even remember my last edit. I was on pursuit test, right? Built-in freeze detection. Yeah, but it took it a while. Wasn't that funny? It was when I was searching for this, right? Yeah, so I should be consistent about this. Let's search for that. It should be 1 if we're starting on a real path. Greater than 1 if we're continuing a path, and if there's no path, it should be 0. So this should be okay, but if we were on a path before, we're going to explicitly stop. If we weren't on a path before, then I think these should all be nil. We're not doing anything. In fact, there's no change at all, right? So it's just NPC delta should be nil. Yeah, that sounds fair to me. Probably a bad plugin that made some expectation about what's going on, but it's never happened before. That's weird. All right. So gonna fail because we haven't done this code yet. So back to pursuit. It can't instantly say it broke because what if it's just loading or running some slow process? That's true, but it took long enough for me to start thinking about what would I run. Actually, what I would run it would be probably a process explorer and then find the process and kill it. Usually what I'm used to is when something freezes and I click the title bar, the whole screen goes gray and then it says that UI is not responding. And I didn't see that. That was the weird thing. Yeah, it should be async. So, but something locked up the user interface for it. I wasn't even able to like click the X on the top right. Eclipse, yes. So I forgot some waves. Let's say hi to Tuabud and Superiors, who got some points about a bug I had before. And then I forgot to say hi to Scott. Scott makes games. He's talking about Doom 2016 being very good. Yes. That's what it sounds like. I never played it, though. All right, so if we can't find a path here, right, so this part here, I guess I should, we don't want to do that if we're not going to actually make any changes, right? Likely some background thread that froze the editor. Technically the UI thread is running and updating, but just not getting new data. Probably. It sounds plausible. Okay, I think the check here would be if context NPC path. Actually, there are a couple of things. If there's no path at all, so if that is nil or its length is 0, then I think I want to simply return at this point. This is the tricky point. I might have to do that in 2 places now. Actually, I can make a special check up here. If there's no path, and there was no path before, then just return. Otherwise, we're going to prepare a delta. Don't need that anymore. I think that'll do it. Okay, this is still wrong because this should be a 1. So let's put that into here. If there's no path, step 0. Otherwise, step 1. Cool. Working. All right. And this is still synchronizing, right? Yeah, so it should be automatically in the game now. So he should no longer be appending things to the journal. So let's peek at the journal. Game journal. I copy paste it to a new file because the journal constantly is rotating. There should be no... Okay, that's where he's wandering. Yeah, these are only wanders now. Right, so he's just wandering around. Cool. The moment that I open a door for him, though, he should go out. In fact, I can even make it a literal door if I want. Oh, I don't have doors? Oh, that's in the production build, not the... I don't actually have doors in the test environment. Okay, so my door, so to speak, is just putting in a dirt road here, and then he pass out. Blocking that to mess with him a little bit more. Right, he finds a new path. Excellent. Cool. Bridges as doors? Oh yeah, I could do that too. Should Another thing I should test is when he does get stuck, the path shouldn't be cleared from the debug tiles. That path should remain, right? Yeah, so it shows us the last path he tried. Yeah, okay, cool. So then let me test this. If I make a bridge for him at level 1, he should be able to cross it. There he goes. There we go. I made him a bridge. So block him. Oh, but he's now wandering around, so he won't care if I unblock him, will he? If I put him over here, though, he will. And let's make a bridge here. Psych. No, there's a bridge there. Nope. Fooled you. Put the bridge back here. So now I'm really toying with them. Haha. Put one here. Oh, this is fun. It's almost like I'm playing with his mind. Okay, I'm having too much fun now. We'll open that one up for him, and then... This is one thing that I could improve on. Like, maybe if he sees there's a quicker way, he could recompute a path. But right now, he just doggedly follows the path he computed until or unless he gets blocked. All right. I'm going to call that done. Move on. Okay, so this was remove updates, well, fix bug in useless NPC state updates when trapped. When an NPC is trying to pursue their anchor but cannot find a path, they were constantly setting an empty path. Change the, well, add code to detect this condition, and if true, do not make any updates. The NPC state. There we go. Commit. The moment they run into someone and get blocked, then they stop and try to repath again. It's just like if I put a wall, like I was putting walls in front of them. If I put another character in front, it's like they're a wall when they reach them. Oh, so I missed what A squared said. So Windows sees the main thread running, goes all good. Hence no gray windows. Oh, I see what you're saying. So the UI thread is completely disconnected from everything else in VS Code. But then shouldn't like pressing the button up here be a pure UI action? Unless you're saying they delegated everything to some other thread, even the feedback about that button up there. Hey there, Diver Dragoon. Interesting name. How are you doing today? I'm working on various design issues with the subroutines for my game's non-player characters. So we've gotten through all of these. Now on to filling in defaults for missing attributes. So the way I can test this, I think, right now is simply just remove all the attributes from our hapless NPC named George. I don't need this pursuit path anymore. Here's George the NPC. He's got various attributes. Let me start removing some of them. And I suppose what we'll do is remove wander time, wander range. Do I even use wander range? Do I use wander range? I don't. That's obsolete. Remove it. And the tether min, tether max, wander time min. Sure. Hope I didn't delete anything I needed. Interesting, step is still in there. But path is empty. Shouldn't that have got cleared to 0? Is that a bug? The pursuit stop, not set the step. It should set it to 0. Oh, wait. What do we do in AI to stop pathing? We do call stop. Stop should have set the step to 0, so why is it still 37? Why is his path step 37? Oh, this will all go over your head? Maybe. I am doing elements of a lot of different things, so I'm working on a game where there are 2 parts of it. One running on Amazon or my local computer in the case of the test environment, and the other one in a web browser. So the web browser, it's probably most familiar to you. I'm using React for the overall structure of the app and Redux for state management. So like what tab I'm looking at is a variable in Redux. And then what we draw here, I'm using Phaser, which is a wrapper on top of WebGL or Canvas. Either way you can use to draw graphics in a rectangular area of your browser. And it's mostly set, the state is set, and what we're drawing is dictated by what the server tells us. The server is the other part of the game. It's running, like I said, either in another program or on the cloud somewhere, and there's a WebSocket connection between the two. So if you know what a WebSocket is, then you'll understand how the game front end in the browser talks to the game back end on the server. If you don't know what a WebSocket is and you're getting started in web development, then you'll probably learn it very soon. WebSockets are really, really convenient for exchanging information between server and client. So let me demonstrate that, because I haven't done this in a while. So, oh, there's a script error. I didn't see that. One of these will tell us how to draw. Yeah. So this message called sprites coming from the server to the client is what turned on the camera, so to speak. So it sent us a list of 282 different sprites to draw. It gave us the coordinates on the screen with X and Y here, and then this TS and tile, or tile set and tile. Those are cross-referenced with this set. So tile set 47 is background.png, and then tile 1, for example, is the square starting at the origin, and like tile 4 was at 96 by 0. So this is sometimes called a asset. Well, no, not an asset. An atlas, a texture atlas. So we're drawing little squares from this texture atlas by using texture coordinates inside. So if you wanted to draw the lava, you would start at 352 by 0. It's hard for you guys to see that because the way I have my screen set up. But yeah, all of this is in response to these messages from the WebSocket. So when I like move my camera to the left one, there should be a message at the bottom somewhere saying, here it is, that the sprites were updated, shift by 1 to the left, and then add these ones along the left edge. So every time we move like left, we're exposing a column here, and the server has to tell us that there's a mountain here, 2 grounds, and then a whole bunch of mountains. So that's reflected here in this in these lists. So you're familiar with WebSockets? All right, I'm still developing the engine, so I'm keeping all the data over the WebSocket in JSON because in Chrome, the dev tools here do a really good job at picking apart and parsing these messages for me, so I can use it for debugging. And it's not slow enough yet that it's a performance issue. In the future, when it becomes a performance issue, this will all be binary. Looks like I have a script error though. Attempt to compare nil with a number in NPC act. So let me debug that. So that's going to show up here, right? NPC act line 17. So I have a bug, obviously, here. Oh, right, because we're removing these variables, right? That's the current task I'm working on. I just didn't update the current task. Current task. So we are, what did I put in my notebook? Fill in defaults. Filling in defaults in NPC scripts for any missing NPC attributes. There we go. Let's see, I missed a whole bunch of chat. Yeah, phone call buffer data. It draws outside the scope of the screen. It doesn't, actually. In the future, I might have it give the client sprites that are off screen, but right now, it doesn't. And if you're on a particularly laggy connection and you're able to see to the edge, what you'd see is when you shift to the right, it would initially be dark and then fill in with sprites as soon as the server told you what they were. Actually, no, there's a little bit of a trick I do where the shift and the update of the sprites are in the same message. So if it is laggy, you'll notice it by when you tell it to move right, there'll be a lag, a pause, and then suddenly you'll move, and it'll appear like it was always there, but it's an illusion. It's providing the sprites to draw at the moment that you would need to draw them, but not before. The snappiness, yeah, would be if I do client-side prediction, and then, yeah, exactly, Mamba Dev, you got it. I would have to tell the client about some of the sprites that are off screen, so at the moment you move the camera, you can immediately see it without the server telling you about them. It's a little bit of complication, right? Because what if you hacked the client so that you can actually see further than you should be able to see? That would enable some people to cheat. So I might have to do some kind of obfuscation or something like that. Or it could be that we tell you some of the tiles and not all of them. Like maybe you'd be able to see tiles that you've seen before. Like the client might cache some tiles so that if you move to the right and then move to the left and then sit down, fight, whatever. But if you've already uncovered some of these tiles and you go back, maybe it would show you what you remembered there. And then if any of them did change, the server would tell you later. Yeah, cache of some kind, yeah. What's that? All right. Yeah, I remember looking at this. This is depicting the loading and unloading of things in anticipation of needing to show them. So it's always loading a little bit more than what you can see. So if you do have access to the client source code, you could do a little bit of cheating, right? Because you can see further than your view window. That's one thing I'm worried about. Although maybe I shouldn't worry about it. It's actually really easy for me to change my game's rendering system to just tell you about tiles further away than you can see them. If I didn't care about you cheating, I would just do that, and then the client would already have glyphs that are off screen, and you would just immediately see them as soon as you go on screen. Yeah, that stuff is a lot more tricky with 3D, isn't it? I don't have a day... This is my day job now, Phoenix. I have money saved up. I also am a stay-at-home dad, so my wife works. So it's a combination of having a job for a long time and saving up, and then being married to someone who's working full-time. So I take more of the burdens of driving kids around, doing the groceries, the cooking and stuff, which means I can't work 40 hours a week on my game. It's more like 20 to 30 because I got to handle the kids and stuff. But then it's not so much financial pressure because my wife has a full-time job. Yeah. Yeah, I'm an older guy. I got kids and stuff. Some of my kids are almost old enough to leave the nest. And yeah, before I know it, we won't have kids anymore, and then I'll be able to, if I wanted to, get a J job or do this more. Kids and stuff. Yeah, the stuff would be like the dog, the cat, the snake, uh, the other things. Be a real streamer, like 24-hour streamer. Yeah, I literally can't do a 24-hour stream because at some point I gotta go either pick up or drop off a kid somewhere. Yeah, my daughter's got a snake. It's not loose. She does have a snake though. I'm wondering where my cat is. He should have come back to the cat tower. But cat tower's empty, as you see there. He hasn't returned yet. Yes, I am a part-time. They don't need me full-time. But yeah, I taxi around quite a lot. Saving up to do a similar thing? Yeah, I always tell people, if you have a job, save as much as you can. Because it gives you more options later in life. It depends, though, what kind of standard of living you have for yourself. And where you live and what kind of job you can get. And whether or not you're happy and all that stuff. They need to be, yeah, so exactly, too. But if one of my kids got sick, I would have to end the stream and go pick them up from school. That hasn't happened, fortunately, but if it did, yeah, I'd be on the hook to go pick them up. If they ever have a doctor's appointment, then I'd have to go. I try to arrange it around my streaming schedule, but, you know, in the past I've had to cancel streams or rearrange them. My schedule's changed over time because their schedule changes. Okay, so I am filling in defaults. So one of the default that we just ran into now is this one about the tether max. So I think the way I want to do this is figure it out way early back here. I want to have like build it into this context, I think. I think that would be the cleanest. In fact, let's have it call a function called fill in missing attributes context. And we'll just make that a separate function here. Local, that is a function context. So we'll just go down the list. So tether max, right? So if context NPC tether max is nil, then we're going to fill it in with something, right? And then I have this in a file called constants. I don't have it here. Yeah, I'm not even going to bother to test this. Default tether max. Let's set that to, I don't know, 15 and 3. Why not? There's some repetition here. I need to solve this. Some of these variables change between prod and test, like this tile set, but some of them don't. But the mechanism I have to put this into the server is very crude. It picks one or the other, and it has no way to pull from a common one. I guess I could have another file that has constants common. Why don't I just do that? Yeah, why not? Let's just do that now. Constants common. And then just remove everything here that's not this. Actually, I can just do it from here. I know the tile sets are all different, and so are the tiles. Probably these tiles are separate. Because that's unavoidable. Any entity IDs are going to be different. So that means this just needs to have those tile sets and tiles, right? Like that. And then this just has these. Yeah, that's much better. I like that. Okay, so back here, I can pull in the default. All right, and then we're going to do same thing for min. Min. All right, now the error should be gone. And I should be able, let's test him. Move him way out here. He should move back. There should be no script errors. Okay, so that's 2 of them. The other one was the Wander one, right? I think I have that built into the Wander script right now. Let's move it out. Which means that I don't need to test it anymore. These were testing it, right? Default? Or maybe not. Okay, well, I'm just going to remove it then. One default min wander time, default max wander time. Actually, I should just search for these. Yes. So, and then this one. Right. All right. So we're going to remove them here. That will break here, obviously, and then I'll fix it by putting them in here. So that's wander time min, wander time max. Yeah, I want to have them all in the same place. It just feels better that way. In fact, I wonder if I should just put the constants here with them. But then again, I kind of want to be able to... I should at least comment this. These are defaults for any missing... what do we call them? Attributes? Or component attributes. Game component attributes. And I should probably organize this a little better. Let me put a comment here because it's missing. These are display depths. Well, these are display levels for tiles that are stacked on top of each other in the game world view for different categories of tiles. All right, and actually, these are temporary, right? I guess we can just say this is the sound and length of time to depict a hit scored on a character, e.g. when attacked by another character. This is a sound to generate and length of time to depict a hit scored on a character. There we go. Now everything has a nice comment, and I'm happy. Yay! Save that. Alright. No more errors, right? And put George back here, let him tether back. Alright. What about this cooldown? Where does that show up? Yeah, there's Storm Dragon. Storm Drag 1. Okay, this is in various places, so it's context NPC at action time. There we go. So I'm basically in one place. I'm providing defaults for missing attributes, so I don't have to do it everywhere. So that means I can actually remove this whole thing and just put that in its place there. And do that in all the places, right? So everywhere where action cooldown is, I can remove that. I like this a lot better than what I was doing before. Less code is best code. Okay, and then do I need to mock the game constant? I don't, do I? This is the case where this default we don't want to test here. So I don't actually want to test that. If anything, I want to test that in one common place. But this is an integration level thing. I'm not going to bother. I'm not going to do an integration test. Anyway, we should have no more errors if I clear them now. Okay, so I'm just going to call that task done. This one is separate though, right? This one is establish or split out common game constants. And then this one is provide defaults for missing NPC attributes. Actually, there are a couple there are places I missed, so I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. Hey there, Toulouse. Or no, I mean C17R. Ratings programs. So C17R. You made me think of the movie Tron, and my kids hadn't seen it, so I made them sit down and watch it. Well, I didn't make them. I said, hey, let's watch the original Tron, the classic one. And I got my daughter to watch it with me, which was cool. And it had been a long time since I saw that movie, and there's parts of it that I actually didn't remember seeing before. It is such a good movie, yeah. Kind of corny, though. But good. But yeah, it was thanks to you and your greeting made me think of that. The only thing that kind of sucked was that it's not free. I'm like, shouldn't any movie from the 80s be free by now? But you had to pay like a few bucks. Or, what was it? On Amazon Prime. It wasn't free. It was like a couple bucks to... But I got it for like 30 days, which was not bad. I'm feeling like these should be somewhere else. I don't know. Okay, what was next on... Oh, no. I'm still on the task. I don't want to get distracted. There are a couple things I know I missed in terms of attributes. Let me find them. It wasn't maybe it was aggro. It was like aggro range, right? Right around here somewhere. Or was it? Aggro range, here it is. I don't think I have a default for that. Yes. So they actually can't aggro yet, but I should just preemptively do this. That should be another constant that we have a default for here. You know, I could do this better. I can make a table that does this, right? So I can have local... I can even put it outside of the scope. I can say local default attributes. Make a table out of this, right? Yeah. Why don't I just do it this way? This makes so much more sense. Min wander time, max wander time, action cooldown, tether min, wander time min, wander time max, and action time. And then we would say for name, comma, default in pairs, default attributes, do if context NPC index name is nil, then assign it to the default. So much cleaner. Much cleaning. Excellent. Uh-oh. What do you need, Tua, bud? Do you know a tool which allows you to create a folder and file structure from a list of absolute paths? Can you pipe it to makedir? I would try to do something like a pipe to makedir, but I don't know if makedir takes... Well, does makedir accept... Does makedir have a mode where it accepts a standard input? Tools on Linux generally do, but I don't know if the makedir on Windows would do that. Maybe not. It's pretty simple. You use yeah. So in Linux, you can use it with xargs, right? Oh, xargs works a little differently, right? It runs the command multiple times based off of each line of an input. So yeah, maybe you could do it with xargs. So it'd be like cat paths pipe x args makedir, something like that. Files. If it's a file, if every line is a file name, then instead of makedir, wouldn't it be touch? Touch help. Touch with there's an argument to make the path to it, right? Forget where it is. But it's not Windows. It would be either Cygwin or whatever. Yeah, so something like that. That's what I would do. Either that or Tuabud, you can just make a quick Python script to do it. You're supposed to be a command, and there's probably a way to do it in PowerShell too. Yeah, if I couldn't figure it out within like 5 or 10 minutes, I'd probably just go and do a quick Python script to do it. But yeah, sorry too, but I don't know exactly the command to do it. Makedir-p? Yes. That new is correct, I think. In Linux. The Windows Makedir has a similar thing, doesn't it? Makedir on Windows does it automatically. So it's like Makedir-p in Linux. So you don't have to worry about intermediate things on Windows. Make a Scala script to do it? I was wondering if that already exists. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know of anything that already exists. Okay, so we're adding to this one aggro range. Why is my clipboard not working? Because this is not actually selected. There we go. Default aggro range. Default and shouldn't these all have NPC in front? So this should be in the common constants. I don't know. Let's say 5. Sure. Or actually, let's make it shorter. Let me put NPC in front of all of these. Replace. Oh, good idea, Tubud. Yeah. CM Griffing is a fountain of knowledge about lots of things, so good luck. He probably will be able to help you. If anybody can, he will be able to. Search, and then NPC. I'm just putting NPC in the name here to make it consistent, and then I'm going to put them in alphabetical order, because that's how I roll. NPC. We like alphabetical order. Okay, alphabetical order. It already almost is. Yeah, okay, cool. All right. So this will fill in missing attributes for the subject NPC, but if the NPC interacts with anything else, it'll be a problem, right? So that happens in attack, I believe. There's like this dexterity. I think I should just, whenever we're looking up other entities' fields. Oh, another problem with this is that it'll only work with players. I think for these, we should fill in the default in the moment. So, default character dexterity. Let's make that one 12. All right. Okay, we need to have special things for the weapon. Is a 2-level structure too. Oh, there you go. I don't know if Tubud's still there. You might have to chase him down and see him Griffing's channel. Makedir-p, dir name, and touch file. Seems like it would work. Yeah. But how would you do that with a list of files? Like, would you do that with xargs? Okay, so we need a bunch of things for the weapon. I assume I can just do this. Local default weapon attributes. And we'll have damage bonus 0, damage number of die rolls is 1, damage dice is 6. It sounds like reasonable defaults to me. And then there's an attack bonus. Let's set that to 0 also. Yeah, Xargs is your friend when you want to do the same command over, like a list of different inputs. Okay, so what I want to do here is if context NPC dot weapon is nil, then, and I misspelled context. Context NPC weapon is that. Then we're going to go through all of the attributes of weapons. So this will be if that attribute of the weapon is nil, then pick out its default. Cool. So now we have the NPC's weapon covered with defaults if anything is missing. What about name? Name. Default NPC name. Seems kind of silly, but we could have an unnamed monster, right? Monster. There we go. No dot before the attribute name and the weapon. Did I? Oh, thank you. Why did I not see that, Toulouse? I don't know why, but there you go. Almost at 200 points. My goodness. Getting up there in points. All right, what else am I missing? Did I get dexterity? I did not. Oh, but that's not the NPC's dexterity. The NPC's dexterity doesn't matter. All right, so we're good for now. Okay. Don't think any of this matters. What about hit? Oh, there we go. So if a character doesn't have hit points or a maximum hit points, those are looked up, so we should have defaults here. Or default character hit points. All right? Default character hit points is 8. All right. And then we end up setting it down there. Okay. Move, I think, is okay. Pursuit. I think we're okay. If I run into a missing variable error, then we'll handle it then. So I resurrected this script last night because I realized I deleted it and I still needed it. This is the NPC spawning script. And it does make some assumptions about things existing in the NPC class entity. Or component, I should say. I think I'm okay with that. For now. I think I'm going to remove this hit thing, though. I don't think that actually exists. Alright, and then wait is very easy. Wander. I'm going to have to take a break in a little bit. How long have I been going? Almost 3 hours? Wow. I should do my own command. I should stand up and stretch. Probably a good time as any. When I check this in, I'll go stretch. And let's do that now. Thank you, Mama Dev. For missing... Actually, it's just missing attributes in general. Missing component attributes. Right. So we're staging all the things. Cool. Make sure I don't have any errors here. Move George. All right, everything seems to be working. Let me wipe out all the population of the slime population. I like that I can just paint over, right-click over them to destroy them all. And they should start spawning without any errors. Cool. All right, so we're good. You're gonna try installing a dual boot? Ooh. Good luck with that. Good luck, Minix. Okay, I'm gonna take like, okay, last time I needed a little bit more than 3 minutes, so let's say 4 minutes this time. I'm gonna take a 4-minute break. I'll be back in a few minutes, okay? Be right back. Oh, wait a minute, Two Bud's back. Did you get your help? Did you get it working? You ask Adam too? Oh yeah, there you go. I didn't think about that. Yeah, go ask Adam. Anyway, let me stop and restart this. I'll be back in a few minutes. I need to take a break, get up and stretch, use the restroom. I'll be back in a bit. I'm back a little bit early. All right. The defaults are filled in. Let's move on. Fakes, weapon, attack bonus missing from NPCs. I think I just want to... Oh, thank you, Nui. I think I just want to add that to the class and the spawning here. Actually, we're copying it as is, so it's really just the class that it's missing. So let me go into NPC class, weapon. Yeah, so we're just missing it here. Attack bonus 0. Submit. And then I'll go wipe out all the slimes. Now all the new slimes will have that field set in their weapons. And there's already a default provided if it's missing too. Adam told you almost exactly the same thing as I did in Griffing. Create a script. Yeah. I mean, it would be cool if you could get it work with xargs, make, dir, and touch, but yeah. If I can't get something like that running in a few minutes, I just sit down and try to make a Python script to do it. Who's still here? Tuabud's still here. I'm still here. And you're still here, Jackamus. I think we're all still here. Alright, I guess just for completeness, I'll update George's weapon. Attack bonus 0. Submit. Alright, I think I want to record this in the monsters I have written down here. Yeah. So I need to put it here too. And then let me look at this again to see if there's some stuff missing. Attack time? Attack time is not in here. Aggro range. Is aggro... You know, I need to unify that anyway. I don't like that it's renamed here. Let's fix it once and for all like that. And call it aggro range. I kind of don't like abbreviating that either anymore now. I'm not abbreviating a lot of these other things. Although I am kind of on the fence between full name and abbreviated names. Oh, Jackamus. My schedule is all over the place these days. So today I start a little bit later than I usually do. Usually have done in the past for my what I call my morning streams. So yeah, I should be going another hour. Yesterday I started 2 hours earlier than today, so I would have been done by now. And so Friday will be another Monday kind of stream. But Wednesday and then Friday afternoons for me, I have another stream. So yeah, my schedule's all over the place. Yeah, it's not... Like I was saying earlier, I don't know if you were here, but my schedule has to be crafted very carefully around my kids' schedule and other things like appointments to take them to the doctor, dentist, that kind of thing. So, and I try to make sure I only stream when I have at least 3 or 4 hours straight, solid block of time. So these are really the only times I can do. I gotta be super dead, that's right. So my schedule tends to get a little bit weird. And but hopefully, like me showing it there and having in the panel below, week to week should be relatively stable. I didn't stream last Friday morning because I went to go have brunch with Adam, and that was fun. But it meant I couldn't stream it. I guess I could have live streamed it if I had asked him about it. I would have had to be really careful not to dox his friend's location though. That's the other thing. Like, I got a picture with Adam, but I can't post it because I haven't checked with him yet to see if like it's okay that people can see the place we were at. No, I'm in Southern California, so he was down in my area visiting one of his friends. I want to go up and visit the Seattle area because now that I know like 3 or 4 people in that area, so that might be interesting to do soon. But I haven't been to Seattle area in like 15 years. I am SoCal. I know a few other streamers who are in Southern California too, but I haven't yet met with them. There's like a meetup for like Orange County, and that's another one for San Diego, I think, for devs or game devs or something like that, but I haven't gone to any of them yet. Should I just fill in dexterity? No. That'll never be a subject. Okay, I should remove hit though. Hit doesn't matter anymore. And I don't know why oh, this is because it's a range. Right. Hit points is a range. Alright. Spawn range. Should I call this hit point range to remember? Nah, that's okay. Different kind of range. Alright. So, if that's what my slime is, this is different between testing and production, though. I made the mistake of putting this directly into my test environment, and then I had invisible slimes because tileset 3760 doesn't exist. So if I were to update my slimes now, I would go to the NPC class, actually, and then edit. Actually, what I can do is I can put this in place. I need to put the correct tile set. It's 1147. Then copy that into the clipboard, go to here and paste there, update. And then paste it back here, format, document, save. I do that because it keeps it all alphabetically sorted for me. Okay, so let's do the same thing with the orc while I'm at it. Attack bonus. I'm just going to fill it in with 0 for now. I haven't done any kind of what am I trying to say? Any kind of tuning at all. Okay, so I think this 4-8 refers to the max min, right? We'll have these be the same. Spawn range, I didn't touch that. This is aggro range. Apparently I gave them more armor. There's an action time. Shouldn't that go after armor? Yes. Wait a minute. Why did this not get sorted? I'm surprised it didn't sort it in alphabetical order. What if I... Oh, there we go. Now it's sorted. I had to fetch it again. Interesting. Format. Now it's sorted. Okay. Remove hit. Tether max. Oh, that is how it gets sorted. That's weird. All right. All right. Moving on to ogres. So this is 12-4. Wander time is this around the same. This gets removed. Attack. Let's give them a bonus to attack. Cause they're supposed to be like badass, right? So that's aggro range. There's an attack time. We can make them slower. Why not? Every 2 seconds they'll make a turn, but they're going to hit like a truck. Okay, I'm happy with that. Alright. So all my templates are up to date. The test environment is up to date. I guess I'm calling that task done. Right. Let's check it in. So this is basically adding the attack bonus and then updating the monster classes that I have so far. And I did that too. Right, rename aggro to aggro range. Okay, so this is fix up various monster or NPC spawned NPC attributes. Rename class aggro to aggro range. That was there. Remove obsolete hit attribute. Add missing AT, which is action time attribute. Sort of badly named. It's like time between actions. and then add, well, it's rename tether related attributes, add missing wander time attributes, add missing AB attack bonus to weapons. Done. Okay, what's next? Fix target armor not reducing damage taken. Okay. So I have a test for that in hit test, NPC hit test. Hit particle, hit sound, damaged but alive, damaged and killed. Okay, so we can give the player some armor, right? Let's do that. So armor, let's have them have 2 points of armor reduction. Oh, that's true. Xcopy would do it, but doesn't Xcopy need a source directory too? I forgot to wave to someone. Oh, Jydern. Hi. We appreciate the schedule variety. Lets you catch at least some of the streams. Oh yeah, also if you ever miss one, I mean, I know it sucks to watch it non-live, but I do capture my VODs and I do put them to YouTube. I have a fair number of people who catch my streams there. Hello, YouTube people, because they can't see me live. It's the next best thing. In medieval manuscripts, strike-through of text with red ink often functions as highlighting. Really? I didn't know that. You can always maybe copy an empty file. Sure. Will Xcopy work if the source doesn't exist? I guess you could make the file empty and then copy it. Sure. Alright, so player has armor reduction. So I need to craft this so that the damaged but alive works. So, okay. They had 17 hit points. Where is that damage actually used? Wait a minute. Did I do this? Am I doing this in the wrong place? I'm doing it in the wrong place. Dang it. Okay. Remove it from here. I don't want to update this script at all. It's the attack script I care about. I think. Because that's where we compute damage. Yeah, right here. Okay, so the attack test. I want to set up the player to have some armor reduction. Here we go. Armor equals 2. So there should be 2 fewer points of damage done. Okay, so total damage is 6. First roll is 2, second roll is 3, add the damage bonus of 3, subtract the target's armor of 2. So that's 6. Expect 6. And let's have a test where it reduces it so that it's not mindlessly reducing it by 2. Let's have a special test for computing the damage. A player heavily armored, or player armor exceeds base damage, or matches base damage, or both. Why don't I just have both? NPC attacks a player and hits, but the player has so much armor that it negates that it would, but the player has armor reduction equal to the amount of damage. The player should take a minimum of 1 hit point of damage. That's just my rule. Did that work, Tuabud? I feel like I'm missing some of the conversation. Maybe you guys are chatting in Adam's channel too, or CM Griffings. Okay, so I don't need to do this loop, do I? I do need to modify the NPC's weapon. Because it does 2d8 plus 3, right? Actually, I already know what damage it's going to be. You're already halfway through your Scala script. I can turn it on, but he's not there. He's missing. He's missing. I actually don't know where he is. I think he's in the backyard somewhere. Because he's not on his heating pad. Yeah. You want me to leave it on even though he's not there? I kind of feel like it's lonely if he's not there. I promise to turn it on if he comes back. All right. If you redeemed it, I wouldn't be able to pet him anyway. So not here. I'm sorry. No, not Adam. Talking about my kitty cat. Add a sensor to automatically do it. Actually, I wouldn't mind going out and trying to find where he is, but I'd have to take a minute break. How about I do that? Since you have the 2,000 points, let me see if I can find El Gato. Let me go look for him, alright? So, I'll be right back. I should have an automatic thing, but guess who I have here? I found him on my bed, just sitting there, not asleep. You see how he's judging you with his eyes? So, yeah. I found him. Kite. He's getting some free pets right now since I'm holding him. But let me put him on the cat tower and see if he stays there. Okay, I don't know how long he's going to stay up there, but there he is, standing there. How many points would that be? How many points would what be? Yeah, see, he doesn't want to be up there right now. There he goes. Kitty! Meow. He just meowed at me. He doesn't want to be on his tower right now. I don't want to force him. Okay, I'm trying to understand what you mean. Automatic thing, maybe a scale which changes the scene. Oh, like when he stands up there, it would actually turn it on, and when he gets out, he jumps down, it turns it off. Hot glue? No, we don't glue kitties. See, now he's just sitting there on the ground. Indeed, how many points? To have a scene change? I guess I don't understand. I don't have a scale to put up there, and no way to have it change the scene. Okay, if I wanted to... I know. It would be... we would adjust the armor then, right? So the arrangement would be... Why do I have so many loops here? Oh, yeah, let's just make it a natural 20. Yeah. Yeah, I found him. He's sitting on the ground over there. He doesn't want to stay on the tower, though. I can go pick him up again. You missed him, huh? Hold on. I'll go get him. Since he didn't run away, I figure he's free game. So say hello to Kite. See how he like silently judges you? He looks like he's like mildly annoyed all the time. But he's actually a very, very nice kitty. He's very tolerant. See that? Isn't he cute? He just kind of looks around. You can hold him for a while. He doesn't try to get away. This is how you look when you do a code review for your juniors. So this guy is like 16 years old. He's very, 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 very mellow. I put him down softly. So I can actually turn it on. He might actually be in the field now. He's just on the edge of the field there. He's standing next to his tower, kind of looking around. Now he's walking away. Nope, he's not going to jump up on there. Yeah, I love my cat. I get worried that he's getting older. He can't eat hard food anymore. I can only feed him soft food. That's okay. He got free pets. Why can't you redeem it? Because you don't have the 2,000 points anymore? I just keep the points until sometime where he's on the tower and that you can see him. All right, let me get back to this. So I'm not going to bother with this loop. He got free pets. He didn't have to pay for it. It's all free. All right. So we're going to have a natural roll 20 here, just to make sure it's a hit. And, okay, but yeah, so I need to modify the arrangement that the player will have, let me think about this. Right, we're going to increase the player's armor. Exactly. The arrangement will have more armor. Why am I doing this chats equals empty loop? I don't actually... Oh, because it was in the loop before, so now I don't need to do that. We don't need that. So this will be armor. So we want to reduce it back to... down to... If it was exactly matching the damage. So total damage is 1. Subtract the target's armor of 8. Well, no, let's say... Target's armor matches the base... let's say... Base damage is 8. 2 plus 3 plus 3 equals 8. Target's armor matches base damage. So damage is reduced to no lower than 1. Okay. So it's 1. And that's all I need to do. I don't need any asserts. Because that's already tested by other things. I guess I can move this down if we... Yeah, what if I just say the damage? And then make this damage in. And we'll just say damage is damage in. And then expect it down here. And I don't care about the chat message at all. And we're going to move this down to here. Total damage is 1. First damage roll is 2 and 3. Let's put that up here. Thus, base damage, total base damage is 8. Target's armor matches the base damage, so damage is reduced to no lower than 1. Correct. Alright. Okay, see a Storm Drag one. Run that. It's going to fail. It's going to actually do 0. Oh, actually was 8? Oh, because we haven't introduced the armor correctly yet. Alright, so here's where it goes, right? We're gonna get damage here. We're going to say if damage is greater than or equal to... No, if armor is greater than or equal to damage, then damage equals 1. Else, damage equals damage minus armor. There we go. And then I need to get the damage. So retrieve the target's armor and dexterity. Armor, default character armor. Do I have a constant for that? Probably not. Constants common. I don't have one. Let's say you don't have any default armor. And armor is player armor. Alright. Back to here. Cool. Let's run them all. They all pass. Okay. So let's try even more damage. Player attacks. NPC attacks a player and hits, but the player has armor reduction surpassing the amount of damage. Player should take a minimum 1 hit point of damage. So 10 or something. The target's armor exceeds. This should be exceeds. Exceeds, surpasses, they're all synonyms. Okay, good. Checking that in. So, update attack, NPC attack logic to consider player armor. Okay. Haven't pushed this in a while, so let's go ahead and do that. Alright, got like half an hour left. Actually, I have some flexibility in the schedule today. I can go an hour more if I need to, or if I want to. This is a more difficult thing, to unify the attributes. So, have a new component in which we've already removed the hit. It's these 4 characteristics. I'm thinking about splitting them out. We still have to know if we're hitting a player or a non-player character, because if we kill them, there's different things that happen. Although I guess I could have that be dependency injected. Like a function to call if the character is killed. So I think this is going to go alongside with this work. So let's put that plan into motion. Current task. Unifying player and non-player character attributes. Can that fit on one line? No. Alright. Alright. Oh. That's not a speech bubble. It's hard to do this when the camera is backwards. If I do it with my other hand. That is not a thought bubble. That is a reflection behind me. Let me go fix that. Hit the wrong key there. What's the extension called for the dots and the line indents? I'll answer you in just a second. Turning off the camera glare. Alright. Wait a minute, still there? The other window then, hold on. Sunlight bouncing off the back of me. Okay. So the dots that you see are because in VS Code you can set this render white space thing to either all, boundary, or none. So if you set it to none, then the dots go away, right? If you set it to boundary, then they show up in the beginnings of lines, but not in the middle. I guess they do if there's more than one space. Right, so if there's only one space, there's no dot if you do boundary, and if you do all, then it shows the dots everywhere, even in the spaces between words. I like to turn it all on, mostly because if I accidentally put a tab character, it'll show up in there as a little arrow. Actually, how do I do that? I guess I would turn off. How do you actually inject a tab character? Can I do that by pasting it from the notepad? Notepad. It didn't want to work. What if I do that? Oh, there we go. I got a tab character in there. So if I accidentally had a tab instead of 4 spaces, then I see a little arrow there. Whereas if I had this set to none, now I don't know if there's a tab character there or not. So I've gotten in the habit of doing this because I used to work with people who didn't really care if they mixed tabs and spaces, but I cared because if you set the tab spacing to 8 instead of 4, then this becomes like indented that much instead of that much, right? So I like to see them. That's why I have that on. Okay. So to unify the attributes, I'm going to have to pull them out from existing characters and then put them into new components, right? It is editor.whitespace. Editor.render whitespace. Yeah, that's the one you're looking for. It's either all, none, or boundary, I think, right? There's also selection. I'm not sure what that does. Only on selected text? What does that do? Oh, so if I select it, I can see it? Oh, that's interesting. So I could select the entire file and then... Huh, I don't remember that selection being a valid value before. All right. So I'm going to need to migrate existing data for this. Yeah, no problem, Dodal. Or is it Dowdal? And hello, by the way. Subscription with your Twitch Prime? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So it's Dowdal? Okay. Got it. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate your support. All right. The migration of data happens in the server side in Executor. Migrate game. Hey, you got the nice wave there. You also have the reverse Adam EJ from Adam's channel. That predates the ability to modify emotes. Now that we can modify emotes, you could always just sub to Adam's channel and reverse it. And maybe I should pick a different emote. There's one problem with using migrate game. It's that restoring players who've been deleted and then get restored from backup won't migrate correctly, so this is really the wrong place to be doing this, but I guess I can do it here for now and then fix this later. Yeah. But it's not player records, it's player components. I guess it would go here somewhere. Or, let me think about this. Might as well put it here. So that means I will go to executor tests. Oh, I split that up, didn't I? So it's I can't remember what split up I had for this. Let's go to test and find it. Test source, executor test. What? Well, thank you for that follow. Count backup creation, deletion. Oh, I should just put it under migration. Here we go. All right. So we're setting up the unit test for how we migrate. Why do I have a to-do marked there? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I need to keep that to-do. This is affecting character components. So we're going to call this migration extract common character attributes. So I'll do test them both at the same time, NPCs and players. So we'll have a player character with initial values, and here I'm going to put in the ones I care about. So was it armor, dexterity, hit points, and hit point maximum, right? And I can put whatever I want here. Let's put 2, let's put 5, let's put 8 and 12. And then let's also add a non-player character. So similar to this stuff here. Just manually put it in here. So this is NPC. I don't need that. JSON object. So this NPC has similar things. I'm wondering if I should put weapon is specifically for NPCs. Let's put different values here. More armor, less dexterity, more hit points. Sure, doesn't matter. Okay, and then I don't need that. All right, so then this commit command, basically, the first command that's committed when the game starts up will trigger the migration stuff, including migrating this data. So what I expect to get is that those fields should not exist, right? So player component expect false, player component has armor. Dexterity, hit points, or hit point max. Same thing with the NPC component. NPC component, NPC. And then instead we should expect there to be, those attributes should be on the character component, which is the new thing we're inventing here. Character component is the character component of the... character is misleading. This should be player character. Or player entity, really. And be consistent, we'll call this an NPC entity. So that's player entity, NPC entity. There we go. There, aspect tape. You used to be named HibDev, huh? I see. Actually, you've had a few different renames. But how are you doing? Hope you're well. I'm migrating some game data out. I'm trying to combine together these concepts of armor, dexterity, and hit points to be in a common kind of component called character, which you can't see because the screen is too wide. There we go. Character instead of being in player and NPC. So player and NPC will be just player-specific and non-player specific things, and character will have the common things. So I'm going to change all these expect false to expect equal, and then put the numbers I expect. So 2, 5, 8, 12, right? 2, 5, 8, 12. And then let's reuse that variable. If I look at the character component of the NPC entity now, I should expect the second set of numbers, 4, 2, 15, and 17. 4, 2, 15, 17. That needs to be NPC entity. Okay, so ready to build this thing. So data migration is one step. The second step would be to actually use that new component in all the various game systems that use armor, dexterity, hit points max. These two are used in the rendering system, right? No. They're updated directly by the utilities, so I know where I need to change that. Okay, so run that test. It's going to fail. We need to actually go make the changes in the migration, and that is in Executor here. So, extract common character components. So I think we're just going to loop through all player characters and then all NPCs. And if any have those attributes, then we're going to move them. So game state components with... Is it with components of type that I want? Yeah. So we'll just duplicate this. With components of type player. Right, so let's call this player. What did that actually do there? Okay. So yeah, let's make a helper function. Migrate extract character components. I need to have it. I need to tell it what type it is. So player and then the type player, and then we'll do the same thing for NPCs. All of these here, NPC. Okay, and then we're going to invent a new function here. Static void that, and probably has all these same arguments with one additional, which is const standard string. Let's just call this all main component, and this is main component type. All right. So similarly to how I did that, we're gonna have a flag components extracted is false if components I misspelled void. If components extracted, then we're going to be setting the old component. This is where I use the main component type, main component. All right. In the middle here, we should get a copy of if there is a character component, right? So let's make a auto character component is JSON. So by default, let's just make it an empty object. And then I'm going to do a game state components with entity component of type character for the entity. Do this visitor. It gets, I think it gets the entity again. Oh, let's verify. The components visitor is entity and component. All right, so it's visitor pattern saying visit all the components, go to this entity, go to its character component, and let me look at it. So the way I'm going to look at it is I'm just going to make a copy of it, if it exists. So we've extracted a copy of it, and then we're going to add any attributes that exist in the main component. So if main component dot has armor, for example. Actually, I should just make a list and loop through it, shouldn't I? So static const, I don't know, string. Let's just make it a vector of strings. Attribute names. Armor, dexterity, hit points, and hit point maximums. All right, and then we're going to loop through it. For const auto reference. Okay, good night to you, bud. Attribute name. In attribute names, if the main component has the attribute name, then we're doing a copying. So the copy is assign it to the character component. Attribute name equals main component attribute name. And then I need to actually remove it from the main component. So that dot remove that. There we go. I didn't spell remove correctly. There we go. So this needs to be set to true if we ever reach here. If we extract any attribute, then we've extracted at least one, and then we'll update the main component. Oh, we should also update the old one too. So I actually want to have a flag here. Bool character component new is new, or is character component new. We'll default that to true, and then if we find it, then it's false, right? Because then if we say if it's new, we're actually creating it. Otherwise, we're setting it. So it's set here. That's character component. Otherwise, we're creating it, and that is a different function. That's create, I think, component of type entity, and then the component. There we go. So slight difference between creating and setting it. Okay. I think I got that right. It's new as long as this never gets called. It won't get called if it doesn't exist, right? So it's new if it's not new if we get here. Here are all the attributes we're extracting. If we loop through them, if the main component has it, then we've extracted at least one. Move it from one component to the other and remove it from the main. If we've extracted at least one, we're setting the main one to a different state, and then we're either creating or setting the character component. Okay, I think this is good. So we're doing that for both players and NPCs. I'm going to build that and make sure it passes my tests, and then we've done, I'll have to double check, but I think that's all of the back-end changes I need to make. It still fails. True? Why is it true? Should be 2. It should just be directly assigning it. Why does it say true? Oh, wait a minute. I have okay, the test is wrong. It says has, and it shouldn't say has. All of these need to be fixed. Instead, we're indexing by name, like that. And that means I need to interpret as an integer, because it's a JSON value to begin with. Oh, I must have stepped on myself in building. Okay, so it's up to date. Run. Pass. Okay, cool. Might as well just run all the executor tests. Run them all. Make sure I didn't break anything. Because this will remove attributes, so it could... Some of these tests could be sensitive to that. Thank you for that follow. Look, we're looking good. I wish I could group these and have one go button that just runs executor tests. But this Test Explorer only supports 2 levels of tests. The test runner can have a fixture, and the fixture can have tests, but I can't group common fixtures together. Well, coding language, this is C++. So some elements of C++ that are kind of a dead giveaway is seeing this thing, which is how you write a function object in C++. It's also called a lambda expression. So that the equivalent of that in JavaScript would be something like entity, comma, component, arrow, and then this stuff, right? That would be the equivalent in JavaScript to this in C++. In C++, this both has a dual purpose. It marks that the whole construct is a function object, and it also lists how and if you capture variables from the enclosing scope. This is a shorthand saying, I'm just going to capture everything by reference. And I can do this because I know that this function is using a visitor pattern. This function object is only used during this outer call, so it's safe to capture everything by reference. In other contexts, it might not be safe to capture by reference, like if you're capturing something on the stack by reference and that function object is stored and used later, you could be corrupting the stack, so you got to be careful. But yeah, it's roughly the same thing as that. Hey there, Crumpet. And hello, Cyclet. Cyclist? Cyclist. I see how you say that. So yeah, that's one dead giveaway that is C++. I tried to write C++ in a way that avoids pointers, so it's another kind of giveaway that is C++ is there are these namespaced types. So std is the namespace for the standard C++ library, and some people will do something like this at the top of their file, so then they don't have to say standard colon. But I prefer that way because then I can remember that this is the string that's defined in the standard library, whereas this is the value class defined in my JSON library. I try to make the names of the namespaces match the names of the libraries. How long did it take me to learn all this? The modern C++, about a year or so. But I've been coding a long, long time. Many of those years was not learning much. But you could say like some experiences during those years have helped fine-tune some of the ways I code and some of the habits, both good and bad, that I have. I have one bad habit in that my functions tend to be really long. The modern best practices, I guess you could call them, are that when you make functions in code to try to make the functions fit in one page, not be very long. And so like if I wanted to improve this function, for example, I'd probably take stuff like this and make them smaller functions that we call from here instead. You're 13 right now. Do you think you'd have time to learn as a kid? Of course. I think I started learning C at about the age of 13. You got plenty of time. I don't think it matters how old you are. It depends on what you want to do with programming. If it's just a hobby or if it's for a job or what. You want to make games, you want to make websites. A lot of variables. Do you know any good websites that you can learn on? Khan Academy? What is it? Code Wars. Or is it Code Wars? Is a good site for practicing different coding. Become a coder for companies. There are such a wide variety of things, Cyclist, that it really depends on what kind of programming. So what kind of company? Websites, web dev companies would ask you for a totally different set of skills than like Android app developers would. So like what Crumpet is saying, it's really what kind of thing do you want to make? Do you want to make a game, a website, an app for a phone, control software for a missile? Video games. I would say go to Unity. The Unity.com. Let's go there now. Look, they have Get Started. No, that's how you buy it. Maybe not Get Started. Learning. Here we go. Learning. For learners, sure. Student. Start learning now. So they have all sorts of things. If you just start on Unity's site, it's all going to be based on their game engine, but if you know nothing else, it's a great way to start. So they walk you through everything. You can in 20 minutes create your first Unity project, another 20 minutes learning how to use their editor, and then after a while you're making your own little game. So that's what I'd recommend that you do. Unity.com. And then just explore that and look for their online tutorials. Then not only do they have step-by-step tutorials, but they also have like YouTube videos and series and stuff like that. And a lot of them are free. They're going to try to push you to sign up for the paid things, but I would just start with the free stuff and see where that leads you. And you might decide you hate Unity, and then you might try Unreal instead. So Unreal probably has their own stuff. If we go to Unreal.com, right? Unreal Engine. So this is a game engine based off of C and C++. So they probably have their own learning. Here we go. Getting started. Online learning. I would just explore this stuff. Looks like you can either learn online or you can take a training class. I don't know if this is free or not. But there's plenty of stuff if you just go to the home pages to these game engines. And so Unity, either Unity, Unreal, or what's the other one? There's Game Maker, and then there's what's the one that uses Go? Crumpet knows this. The most popular game engines. I would start with one of those. What I'm doing on my stream is more advanced, where I'm making my own engine. You want to make an App Store game, but you can't because you don't know any programs. So if you pick Unity, you can make App Store games. There are plenty of App Store games made in Unity. Godot. Don't forget CryEngine. I don't know CryEngine. Maybe it's Godot. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, but like Unity can build App Store games. A Unity App Store games. That should be Unity. How to make App Store game in Unity. There we go. You actually just, with Unity, you build it for a target, like an iPhone or an app, and then there's a way to publish it and stuff. There you go. Well, I would just Google search how to make an App Store game in Unity, and you'll probably get there really quickly. Don't recommend Game Maker? Yeah, but if someone is just learning Crumpet, so this is someone who's 13 and just learning, maybe a toy game engine would be perfect to start with. Like Unreal Engine is supposed to be really complicated. I wouldn't start with that if you're just learning programming. I'd start with something easier like Game Maker or Godot or Unity. Does Unity have a free option? No, it's totally free. I can go on there and download it now. Unity. They probably have it under products, right? Core platform. No, what was it? Just under get started. Individual, personal, free. There you go. Revenue or funding less than $100,000 in the first 21. So unless you're planning to make over $100,000 in a year, it's all free. You only have to pay. If you pay, you get more support and stuff, and then you're able to sell games and make more than a certain revenue base. Yeah, I don't think if you're just getting started, start with the free stuff. That's what's really cool in this day and age. You don't need to pay to get started and learn. A lot of stuff online is free, including entire game engines. What you're paying is you're paying with your time. They hope that you will invest your time to learn their game engine and then turn around and either pay them or make them money through the games that you're producing. If you're just starting, you pick your engine, find out the language it uses, and Google some tutorials. Yeah, exactly. There are lots of choices out there, so you can dabble in all of them, or you can pick one that happens to be using the languages you want. You know, there's a lot of choices out there. If you're overwhelmed with choices and decisions and you just want to start with something, I'd recommend Unity. There are tons of people that make games in Unity. There are nice, successful games out there written in Unity, and plenty of people to help, even on Twitch. I know several people on Twitch who develop games in Unity live on Twitch. So, for example, Adam C. Eunice, Red Rampage Crumpet himself, he was doing a Unity game. Still is, I hope. And their community is here to help you. So that's what I would pick if you don't want to make a decision off the bat. You still there? Cool. Hey, Epic Unknown. And I didn't say hi to Niska. Hello. All right. Oh, no problem, Cyclist. Stuff like this, I should probably record as little chunks and put them up on YouTube and have links for them, right? I think, yeah, there should be like an answer to basic starting questions like how do I get started if I want to do games? How do I get started if I want to do apps? I ought to have like little bite-sized videos recorded that I can link to for that. I can get up and stretch, sure. But just a minute, Epic Unknown. How am I doing on time? I'm at 4 hours, so I'm at the decision point, do I continue or not? Wonder if your community couldn't compile a written response to some of the really common questions as well. Yeah? I don't want to place a burden on you guys. I don't mind answering questions directly. I like to interact with the community. Hold on, let me get up and stretch for a second. Let me give it 30 second. Start. I'm gonna go stretch for a second. Just be right back. I need to make a better scene for stretching, like what CM Griffin has, where you can still see me and maybe, like what he does, he'll actually get up off his chair and start stretching, and you can still see him. He's got the benefit of having a room he can show on his camera. My wife doesn't want me to show the room I'm in because being embarrassed about how, not keeping it perfectly clean and all that stuff. But so I don't have a nifty scene for when I get up and stretch. But I do recommend if you're sitting for like more than an hour or two at a time to get up and stretch every hour or so and get the blood pumping. Thank you for that follow, by the way. You like Adam's frequent asked questions thing when people ask him to learn programming? I got some of that stuff, so I have this learn link, and that leads to my notebook, but it's not as good as Adam's. It's hard to reach the quality of Adam's notebook. I think it's unrealistic to expect that I'll have as good of an answer as he would have. All right, where was the last thing I edited? Here. What was the last thing I did? Oh, I was just demonstrating this. Okay, so we're done on the back end. I need to now search for those attributes like armor and make sure that it's changed in all the places. Okay, so that was just the test we were doing. Okay, how about wait a minute, really no Lua hits on that? Oh, I wonder if it's without the quotes will hit it. Ah, yeah, here we go. So we're gonna have to update the attack script. Let me start making a list here. Let's put it under notes. So, what needs updating to work with new character components? So we found attack needs changing, NPC attack, NPC spawning, and the attack test. Okay. Yeah, Crumpet's advice is good. Start with something small. What will help you is if you're following tutorials like the Unity tutorials, they force you to start small. They basically walk you through your first set of projects, and they're guaranteed to be small projects you can do within like a day, if not an hour or less. When you start going off on your own, though, don't pick a huge project to start with. Do what Crumpet's saying. Pick something small. You might think, like, what's the point of doing some stupid little game? The point is to help you learn so that you can become capable of making something big, and also builds your self-confidence. So if you get like tic-tac-toe working, it may seem silly, but you'll feel good that you did it yourself, and you can build upon the knowledge that you gained by learning how to do the little things. And then you'll realize that it's actually harder to do things than it might seem. You would think that making a tic-tac-toe game would be easy, but when you get into the details of it, you'll find out that it's more than you thought it was. All right. What else am I looking for? I'm looking for... Let's go back to the list. If I forget, it's dexterity. Okay, so attack. We already knew these things. Spawning, sure. Okay, why is this here? Yeah, let's update that to remove those components. So, how many things does that hit? Not that many. Okay, we're okay then. So, admin player controls test, profile test, account backup tests, migration. Yeah, that's what we already did that. Okay. Tic-tac-toe is pretty fun to make. So after tic-tac-toe, try something like the typical things that new, like if you're making a new program, there's always the hello world kind of program, and then there's tic-tac-toe. There's also blackjack, and if you want to get let's see, what would be next in challenge? Like Minesweeper, or a Tetris clone, and then maybe between that would be like the Game of Life. So that's also called Conway's Game of Life. So you can look that up on the web. So these are all examples increasing. Like, maybe let's just qualify Hello World. So if you're making games, I would maybe make them in this order. Maybe even put Game of Life third, because this requires no user input but has a little bit more advanced output. But all of these you can do, well, except for maybe these three you can all do without knowing any graphics at all. You can just make it text-based, right? Then you can add graphics to it if you want. And then these are kind of graphic-oriented games and are a little bit more advanced, but they're still small enough that you can actually do it and feel good. Oh, Pong is a good one. Yeah, thank you. Where would we put Pong in? I'll put Pong up here. I think Tetris is more advanced because you have to deal with different shapes and sizes and how they fit. Pong is really just, you have to know the concepts of an object and its velocity and basic collisions. So these things are going to teach you various things you'll need to know when you're building bigger games. Like Pong teaches you about objects and their velocity and collisions. Tetris is going to teach you about the orientation of shapes and how they fit together, and again, collisions. Minesweeper is all about state management, like whether or not you've touched a place or not, whether or not there's a bomb there or not, and then also some basic searching. So when you click on an empty square, it's got to search until it finds a bomb and opens up everything until it sees bombs. And yeah, so these are all good things to try for if you're first learning and you want to make games, because they'll teach you not only how to make a small game, but some elements that you'll need to know when you're making bigger games. You're speaking about advancing in code and how you sort of didn't advance in a couple of years, but we're still programming. How did you come to that discovery? Didn't you venture into new fields? The way I've realized I wasn't advancing is that they had a big layoff at my company, and I was swept up in that layoff. And then once I exited the company and started doing stuff on my own, I looked back and compared the last 15 years of that company to what I was starting to learn just streaming here on Twitch. And I just started, I had that, you know, you have that feeling when you're learning a lot of new things where like you're having to tread water. You're like, I don't understand half of the things I'm reading or seeing when I'm looking at new things. I started feeling that again. When I was at my job, I was just wrote, like, what's the right word? I was just doing the same thing day after day, and I wasn't learning anything. The job was just giving me the same kinds of projects with the same requirements, just slightly different, and I didn't actually need to learn anything. It was just do the same thing over and over again, year after year. And so I got stuck. For example, I didn't know how to do things in C++, like the what we were looking at before, the this function object. I didn't know how to do that, even though it was defined in 2011. I didn't really learn this syntax until last year. So I realized that I was way behind in my skill set because it's not that it was mundane. It felt challenging, but it was not learning. So the company I was at, they didn't have an emphasis on challenging people to learn. They really just wanted you to keep cranking out the code, doing the same kinds of projects over and over again. And without someone pushing you to learn, like, or yourself pushing yourself to learn, you can get kind of stuck where you fall behind and your skill set gets old. And I don't think it's as fulfilling in life as it is to be constantly challenged to learn new things. So if you're not learning something in your job, I would suggest, at least in your hobbies, push yourself to be learning new things. Look up new things, learn a new programming language. I want to learn, for example, I want to get into Rust at some point. And so I know who to check out. Mr. Halsey or a museum are always streaming in Rust, and so I know who to go to. That'll help motivate me to learn at some point. Yeah, always have something that you want to learn that you don't know. All right. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit distracted. Yeah, okay, I was just searching for what uses this dexterity field. Okay, so the next, I need to just account for what might be using these fields like hit points. If it's the same scripts, then I'm good. Okay, combat is a new one. Combat. Item use. NPC hit. NPC spawning, we know about. Regen is an important one. That's how we regenerate hit points. And heal. How come it's heal test but not heal? Oh, thank you for that follow. Did I just miss heal? How come I see heal test but not heal? I think my eyes are skipping right over it. NPC hit, spawning, regen, attack, combat. There's heal test. Is there no heal Lua? Oh, it's only using hit point max, that's why. All right. But we'll end up running into that. So heal. And what else? Utilities. Ooh, yeah. So utilities also. All right. I hope I hit them all. Be embarrassing if I missed one. Kill. There we go. I have a script called kill. Okay, so I think I got them all. So I need to go through all of these and update them. So I guess we'll start at the top of the list. How much more time do I want to stream for? I'm on bonus time right now. I should probably set a target stopping point. It's some killer code, I know. Let's see how quickly I can get through this. Maybe this is where once I get through all this, I'll stop for the day and then start again tomorrow. Attack test. This one. All right. Okay, so this monster is used where? Right here. Okay, so this needs to be split up, right? So let's call this monster NPC, and then we'll have monster character. Character will hold hit points, hit by max dexterity and armor, but not the loot. The loot comes from the NPC component. Weapon is there. I don't know why I simulate all this stuff. Oh, we should include the attack bonus here, shouldn't we? Let me keep that as a to-do later. To-do. Update attack script to use AB attack bonus attribute. Okay, update character health, So, right, we are mocking at the update character health function. Right. Expect that. Expect monster character hit points for hit point max. Why is type health there? Oh, because that's set by something else, right? Where do we set that? Oh no, this is just appending it. Never mind. All right. Launch particle, play sound is all irrelevant. Drop. Okay, so this should be basically where there's monster. We should replace it with either NPC or character, right? Monster. So that's monster character. This is monster NPC. Okay, attack needs a component. Then we might need to pass both of them, right? Yes. Actually, hold on. If it's only taking the character component, I might not need the other components. Let me look. No, there's a loot table. Okay, so we need both. So all these places, monster, NPC, and monster character. This is a long line. At what point do I split that up? Let's do it now. Why put off until later what you can do now? Let's just divide it like this. That looks so much nicer. Okay, so there's various things that we expect. Okay, so this will fail the test now, right? So we'll update the script to make it pass. So this is NPC and character. And character is going to replace NPC in a lot of places, right? I forget what pole aggro needs. Should I be looking at that? Probably not. So those three are now character. It looks like I have some defaults in here. Here's where I should be pulling from the real defaults, shouldn't I? Default character hit points for those two. Default character dexterity. And armor. There we go. And I didn't have defaults? I don't have defaults for that. Shouldn't I have defaults for that in NPC AI? Oh, I hard-coded them. Bad. Why did you do that, Raimu? Default weapon attack bonus is 0. Default weapon damage bonus 0. Damage dice 1. Damage die sides 8. No, 6. Alright, so I'm going to use these variables here. Alright. And then I can use them again here. So, attack bonus is missing. I have that on my to-do list to come back and do that later. Right now we're just pulling these ones that matter. Okay, and I'm going to remove this -5, which shouldn't have been there ever. Just gonna remove it right now because I can. Okay. Right, the loot table from the NPC is there. Okay, so here... Actually, that's correct. Okay, that stays the same. So we should be passing the test now. No. Why are we still failing? Index a nil value monster. Oh, we're using monster still? On 128, it said? Yep, that should be monster character. Run it again. Wait a minute. Oh, because I changed the logic on it, didn't I? Because it used to be a -5 on the attack roll. So I need to add 5 to the attack rolls here to make them actual hits. So how do I do that? All right, so I need to like add... How was it before? So we were taking 5 off of the dexterity. And the dexterity... Let's just take 5 off of this dexterity, so make that 12. There we go, fixed. All right, we're done with attack. How am I doing at time? I'm not doing so good. Let's go to combat. Test. Oh, I'm being raided by Steampunk. Hey, Steampunk. You might be watching an ad. Ad? Or no ad? Oh, you sees? Hey, Steampunk. How was your stream? Hope it went well. I am working today on my NPC scripts. You want to see what I can do now? This wasn't working before. I can take George here, who is a hapless NPC, place him way out here, and start to mess with him. So I can say, oh, you think you're going to escape me? Well, I'm going to put a barrier in your way. Try to get around that. Oh, you think you can go that way? Like, put a barrier there. And so on. And eventually I can block all his exits to where he gets totally like confused, like, how do I get out of here? And he'll just stand there and kind of wander around. The moment I open up a way, though, he's like, oh, I can get out now. And I'm going to say, well, you think you can get out, but that's gonna be a block there. Haha, you're blocked again. Or I can be merciful and let him out finally. So his script is nice and clean now, where he will eventually go back to his home area, what I call the anchor, as long as there's a path to get there. At that point, he gives up on life and starts a new life in the cave you've created for him. Well, actually, if I moved his anchor, he'd be happy to hang out over here. So the script is controlled by certain variables in his NPC attribute. One of them is anchor. So that's the coordinates up here of where he tries to reach. And then he's got other things in here. We have, where is it? Oh, I removed them. He's using the defaults. So there are defaults. If he doesn't override them, there's default minimum and maximum distance that he is comfortable going between his origin point and his current position. So the default being he'll go out to 15 squares before he gets uncomfortable and wants to return. And then if he's on the return trip, he'll get within 3 squares and stop. So that's depicted in his wander area, which shows up like that. So all the green areas are the spaces he's comfortable going to. So if I move him all the way out to like this 14 here or the 15, he's perfectly happy wandering around there. But if I put him 1 square over, he's like, oh, no, I don't want to be here. And he'll continue until he gets within the default 3 squares there. And then he does 1 wander after that. So I was working on cleaning that up. The first iteration of these scripts were really messy and horrible. And so the last 5 streams I've been basically redoing them from scratch. So I don't have the attack stuff in here. It used to be that George would attack these slimes and kill them if they got too close. But that's, right now it's off because I haven't rewritten that part yet. And I'm a little bit in overtime right now. I'm trying to reach a stopping point where I've updated these things. I've decided that it was a mistake to have, if I show ghosts. This is a player who's not logged in right now, right? In my player component, I have my hit points, 17 hit points, right? Well, where does a non-player character has to have hit points too, and that's stored in this NPC component. He's got hit points. He's got a lot of hit points, 10,000. Wow. I at some point buffed him to 10,000 HP for some other test. Anyway, there's redundancy in there. So I've identified the components that are shared between player characters and non-player characters, and right now I'm working on extracting those common attributes to common components so that I can have certain scripts which operate on both players and non-player characters work the same way and not have to know whether it's a player or a non-player character. For example, when you get hit and you take damage, the only difference between a player character and a non-player character is when you die. If you're a non-player character, you drop loot and you disappear. If you're a player character, you trigger the death dialogue and you become invisible to enemies. So those differences are the only things that need to be encoded specially. Otherwise, everything here, like how much armor reduction you have, you can avoid getting hit, your hit points and your maximum hit points is all the same. So I'm working right now to separate them out. Herc, I am slain, and then you turn invisible. You turn invisible to enemies, but you still show up to other players, so they can conceivably they can walk up to you and resurrect you, or burn your corpse, or I don't know, taunt you or something. Everything is a humanoid with various things at different paths. Yeah. So the way in my own homegrown entity component system is you are an NPC if you have an NPC component. You are a player if you have a player component. You are nothing but dirt if you only have a position in a tile, etc., right? So some things have more than other things. So like this square right here has an extra trigger component because happens to be a teleporter. You step on it, you get teleported over to the right here. And excuse me, I got a cough. So for the most part, everything is divided cleanly. It's just that I got the hit points, dexterity, and some other things wrong because they're in two different kinds of components where they should be only one. That's why I've been calling my game a mud. That's the new in my stream title now. When people ask what kind of game, I like to point out the Wikipedia page here because it fits my game really well. It's multiplayer, real-time virtual world, usually text-based. This sums up what I'm trying to make. It's like a multiplayer version of Ultima 5. Mostly text-based, but multiplayer, real-time, and virtual world, right? And with online chat. Yeah, so when I realized this fits my genre, this genre fits what I'm doing a lot better, I kind of switched to telling people that that's what I'm making. Need an attribute component. I think the word attribute might be a little too vague because I consider all of the little bits and pieces here to be different kinds of attributes. So I've been choosing to make my component names reflect some sliver or aspect of what the thing is. So if the thing is just a place in the world, like a piece of dirt here, then it just has a position. And if it needs to show up in the rendering system using some kind of graphic, then it also has a tile. But there are things that only have positions in the world and nothing else. So the entity literally just is a place and there's nothing else. You can't see it, but you can go there. And then there are things that are tiles but don't have positions. So, for example, the any items that are being held by my player here. Let's go find one. I have entity references in here. So, for example, in my main hand, I have item 7452. If I fetch that entity, you'll see it has no position, but it has a tile, and it has another component called item, which gives you the details on what the thing is. It's an iron sword. It fits in your main hand. There is one of it, that kind of thing. Unreal makes a lot of assumptions that any actor can have a health. Yeah, so my entity component system, I think, is pretty radically different from that. I have no idea if this is right or wrong. I guess it's if it fits or not, right? So far it's been fitting my game well enough, although I've had to work on my scripts now for 2 iterations. I didn't get it quite clean enough the first iteration. So I am going through this list right now of scripts and tests and components in the game that need to be modified to work with the new character components. Yeah, Mind Game is heavily component driven, and to make sure that I was getting it right, because I was so worried that it would be the wrong way to go, I made a prototype. You can check out the clip for that, but I made a prototype based off of the game Gauntlet, and it worked really well. So realize your left eye is terrible sight, but your right eye is perfectly decent. My wife has the same problem. Like, if you take her glasses and look at one lens, it's basically no correction at all. The other lens is like, whoa, you can see through that eye? Yeah, it's not unusual to have radically different prescription or, adjustments needed for one eye than the other. All right, what do I need to change here? Hit points needs to be moved out of player, so we're going to do that. So this is going to be character of the test player entity has the hit points. The player doesn't, right? What else do I need to change? Is that it? Maybe? Just the hit points? Okay. So blah, blah, blah. All this stuff happens. Oh, right. The attack. We just changed that, right? Attack now takes a character in addition to the NPC. So that takes a character. And what are we looking at that character? I guess we're just checking to make sure it matches. So that and that should match. That means this NPC entity has to have a character component. So let's go and add that. Which one are we doing? I guess I got to do it on all of them. Let's do it this way. Take that, copy it, take these three, and make that character. And I suppose we don't need anything here? I guess. Your left eye is worse than your right eye as well. I wonder if that's just random chance. I think it's just random chance. With the left, you can barely see the letters in mud, and with the right, you see it perfect. 1 foot from your face is also a problem if you have older eyes like mine. Like, I need, what do they call it? I need progressive lenses. I can't see something close to my face unless I'm looking down like that, like an old person, because my glasses are progressive. As you get older, the closer you can focus gets further and further away from you. I reached the point where I couldn't see clearly the food I was eating, and I'm like, I need to fix that because I want to see my food. It happens when you get older. All right. The character, and what else do I need to check here? That's probably it. Oh, no, here. Try to attack while dead. So this should be character hit points is 0. A foot, maybe 2, not good with Imperial units. So a foot would be this big. A foot is, what? Maybe 25 centimeters? Let's see how close I am. 1 foot in centimeters. 30, okay. 30 centimeters. That's actually not hard to memorize. So a foot is a centimeter is usually, or 10 centimeters is usually the width of a hand, right? So 3 hand widths. Yeah, so without my glasses, how close can I see something? Maybe this distance, which is, yeah, probably like 20 centimeters. Anything closer than that, I can't see without my glasses. I can see it, but I can't focus on it. It actually hurts my eyes to try to focus on something really close. Okay, what else do I need to do here? Okay, we're changing hit points here at some point, are we? Or no? No, we're just changing cooldowns, I guess. Action cooldown. Yeah, so we're done with this. I can just run it now. Run it and it's going to fail until I update the combat script. Combat.lua. Oh, I should also be updating the back end of the game, shouldn't I? Let's go ahead and do that. Half a centimeter to 4? What does that mean? You stick something in your mouth to learn about it. But I want to be able to see it first, Crumpet. Just jam in mouth. I don't remember what the name of it is in English. I just say that my prescription is changing because I'm getting older. I don't know what the word is for that. Presbyopia. Maybe. Can we look it up? Let's look it up. Age-related farsightedness. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, sounds right. Got a little bit of that. All right. Combat, here we are. Okay, so we're not looking up the player's hit points, are we? Okay, but I will need to know the items. So let's split this up then. Right, so I'll just do it this way. End, comma, and then this will be, right, these two lines. If not can attack, then return, end. So here, actually, I'm looking at character. So we're grabbing the character component of the player entity. If the character has hit points and they're less than or equal to 0, why don't I just combine these? Then I can get rid of one end there. And I don't need a return here. It doesn't make sense. So if you're dead, it'll tell you you are dead, and it'll clear that flag, which will return early. Then we can happily look at the player component. And we don't need to do this check because we already did it. Instead, we're looking at your items. Why do I have that commented out? I don't remember. Maybe it was because this only works if it's a table, a list kind of table in Lua. And for some reason, oh, because I didn't have iPair support for that. That's a custom wrapper, isn't it? Alright, so that's why. So, yeah. It returns a weapon if the type is sword right now. So this, I need to change this too. Really what it should do is look at your main hand. Whatever you have in your main hand, we would grab that as your weapon. And if you don't have anything in your main hand, you're using your fists. Okay, anyway, that's updated. Find NPC. All this is okay. Not weapon. I think this is all good. So we should be passing the test now, right? No. What's different? Attempt to index a nil value character on line 32. In the tests. Oh, because that needs to be set up. Okay, I think I'm setting that up in common Lua. Up at the top, no, oh, right here, character. Yes, okay, try again. Still a fail. Actual value is extra key cooldown on 67. Wait a minute, it put the cooldown on the character for some reason? Oh, I know what I did wrong. Combat when it calls attack. Where do we call attack? Right here. I have to pass the character here, which means I need to actually fetch it. And where do we fetch stuff? There's where we fetch the player's position. Where do we fetch the NPCs? Oh, I'm using something called find NPC to do that. Alright, well. I guess I'll update that function. Hold on, is that... It's not mocked, so it must be in my common. Wait a minute, where is find NPC? Oh, there it is. Aha. So we're just grabbing NPC. I need to grab more then. Yeah, I guess I'd hate to do extra nesting, but I think I need to do that, right? We want to grab not only the NPC, but also the character. So that's the character, and that's the that's his, hold on. I need to be careful with my naming here. Oh, didn't I have a utility for this? Utilities. Like with... This is the wrong utility. This is the JS utilities. I want utilities Lua. With components. Oh, there we go. That's what I want. Yeah, so with components. Okay, so it's the entity first. And then in a table, I list the ones I want. So I want NPC and I want character. And then I get back a function with components in it. All right, and so that will have this stuff inside. There. And then we terminate. There. So this would be components NPC. Character is components dot character. Hey there, Almighty Games Dev. How are you today? Thanks for the follow there. Character nil, right? And we're including that now in the return values. Why do I have that? Oh, if the flag is missing, they're attackable. Otherwise, if the flag is there, it has to be true. That's why. Another day, another vector. Yeah. What kind of vector? Are we talking about pathogens? Or are we talking about work? There are many kinds of vectors. You could be talking about a C++ vector, or maybe a 3D graphics vector, or you could be worried about the coronavirus and thinking about pathogenic vectors. 3D space vectors. Okay, so I at least got the one you were thinking of. Lately, I've been worried about the pathogenic vectors. I don't want to get sick again. I just got over a cold. I suppose if it's nil, right? So we're just going to have find NPC is just going to return an extra return value. So that's character. And then we're using that down here. So that should pass the test now. No. Expected position actuals NPC on line 44 of the test. Wait a minute, what? Oh, shoot. I expected it only to be called once, but now we're calling it twice. Okay, I need to fix that then. We're using this, where was it? With components, I'm using it twice now. Once to get NPC and character, and the other one to get position and player. So I suppose I'll turn this into a conditional. Wait, what am I doing here? Why am I bothering with this? Can't I just use the common stuff with components? I don't have that? Really? All right. I think I'm going to do it this way. I say if component types... Oh, I can't do that in Lua, can I? Shoot. I guess I can just remove the expectation and build in the components. So local components equals that, and then we can say for, I don't care about the index, type in iPairs component types do, and then here we say components type equals game components type entity, and then visitor components. There we go. There we go. Done with combat. Heal. These next few should be pretty easy. Heal test. Okay, so instead of player, it's character. Instead of NPC, it's character. Update health. Updates should be Yeah. Okay. This is just capturing what it did. And then we healed a bunch of things. So, right. Wait a minute. Does the type even matter anymore? Actually, it should matter. Yes, it should matter because we need to just, if we heal... Actually, does heal doesn't care. Maybe I can simplify this now. What are we doing? Why are we getting the tile? Oh, we're seeing if we can find the name of it. And then once we find it, the entity, then we call this one. And this... Yeah, I don't need to do this anymore. This can be a lot simpler. This can be the type is irrelevant, so let's remove the type. Well, update character health is different. I think update character health has to deal with death. Oh, no, it doesn't. It doesn't care. Alright. That makes it easy. So then I'm just removing this type field completely. There we go. And that's going to fail. And then we update the script that goes with it. So this now just works with character now. And we remove the type. And it's just character. And I don't need to do this. And I don't care if it's found or not. It's a lot simpler. Right. Are you saying you see no type? I'm saying I don't need to know the type because now we're unifying. Hit points are always stored in the character component, whether or not they're a player or a non-player character. So it's a lot simpler now. So we're reaping the benefits of having it in a common component type. When we're healing something, we don't care if it's a player or a non-player character because the hit points are stored the same way. So it doesn't matter. And it's just really, it's just go to the character component and change, and to get the, oh, why is there a semicolon? Semicolons have no place in Lua. There's also a hard-coded constant. We should fix that. Default character hit points. This whole thing just to get the HP max out of that? Interesting. Anyway, yeah. I think a typist would say to dismiss their typism. Just saying that the type is irrelevant now. Actually, you can have a semicolon in Lua. It's just silently ignored. Although the Lua interpreter will frown at you in disappointment. Most people don't look at the face of the Lua compiler or interpreter. I read that at some point that Lua just silently discards semicolons just to be nice. It doesn't tell you, hey, no, a semicolon allowed. If it sees it, it's like, okay, must be someone addicted to semicolons. Actually, isn't there a case where the syntax can be ambiguous and so you need a semicolon to disambiguate it? No, this isn't Python, this is Lua. I think you're right about Python, but in Lua, you can either have them or not. Hey there, Akira. And then, hello, Linkens. And I forgot to say hi to Viking Coder. Hi to you as well. Alright, so we're done with heal, right? Heal passes, so moving on. Item use. I don't have a test for it? Interesting. So what did this have to do? Oh, it's here. Checking if you're dead. Okay, so that just changes. Oh no, we need items too. So I need to have character added to this. And local characters components character. Because we're looking at your character's hit points. You can't use an item if you're dead. Otherwise, your items are in your player component. So, and this thing I didn't have a test case, a tester for this. Let me add that to do. To do, add missing, or add unit test for item use script. I don't know why it's missing. I'm not going to worry about it right now. You have semicolons in Python, just not empty statements? Oh, I didn't know that. Well, if you become a zombie, can you use an item then? Sure. I'll probably need to abstract away the condition of whether or not you can use an item. So this will probably be extracted away to be a subroutine, like can use item. And the response about why you can't will probably need to be injected, dependency injected into here too. But I'm being lazy. This is an example of me being lazy. It's like, for now, the only reason why you can't use an item is you might be dead. Okay, kill. And no, don't take that as a command. We're just going to the kill script. Okay, this is similar to die only, or to heal only. I think the side effects are different between players and characters, right? Yes, we'll start the death dialogue if you're a player. If you're a non-player character, it should it destroy the entity? Yes, kill. No, hold on. Does it not delete the entity? Oh, is this a bug? I was expecting to see that it would delete the entity, not just set the hit points to 0 like that. Because that update character health function does not actually delete the entity. It just sets the hit points and then modifies the health bar. So I think that might be a bug. I don't think I've ever tested this on non-player characters. Yeah, it's not going to work right. Oops, I didn't hit that by mistake. Actually, let me fix my camera while I'm at it. I hit the key for there's a whole bunch of noise with the dog barking. All right, I'm going to just make a note to do fix kill script to just actually it's got to drop loot and destroy entity if the entity killed was an NPC. So right now I'm not going to fix that. I'm just going to update the script to work. So I'm actually going to run out of time, aren't I? I need to call the stream soon because I need to go pick up someone from school. Let's see. Right, so instead of player, or in addition to, we need to know if they're a player or not. So in addition to player, there's character. And that's where we're storing the hit points. So player just needs to exist. Same thing here. Hit point max is on the character. And same thing with NPC. That has the character holds the hit point maximum. There we go. Cool. One of my kids is at a school where the schedule is variable. So they went in really late and they're coming out really late today. It's a late day. And, you know, sometimes my kids will stay after school for after school activity. Like is the case now for one of my other kids, who I think my wife is picking up. I should probably ask her. He's not coming home till like 6 or something. He plays the ukulele. I think he's doing ukulele today, after school. After school programs, yeah. Some kids have them. Okay, what am I doing here? Right, so the death dialogue for players only. Okay. Right, I had removed the type from update character health because it's irrelevant, right? So these are all irrelevant. Cool. But it should still tell you you're dead if you're a player. Enter the death dialogue. No, what is this? Why this? Not that. Oh, because this player is not logged in? Oh, because no, that wait a minute. What's going on here? What's the difference? How come this gives a chat message and this doesn't? Oh, because dialogue entity is different. Right, this is to simulate if there is no death dialogue. Yes. Where is that actually set? Oh, it toggles. I have it toggling. Got it. All right. So this is if there is a death dialogue, and this is if there's not. Then that happens. Got it. All right. Yeah, in this case, it really is school is ending late. But one of my other kids would have a different reason for coming home late, which is after school activities. Okay, so this is failing. I think after this kill thing is done, I gotta call it. Which means tomorrow I'll do the rest of these. And then I'll have to finish this up and then implement this. I thought I would get to this today, but yeah, I'm running out of time. It happens almost all the time. I plan too much and then I run out of time. Okay, these constants need to be fixed while I'm at it. There. And let's remove the semicolons, which aren't needed. Okay. Yeah, we need to know if they're a player. So let's say is player. If not, is player. So either way, we want to reduce the hit points to 0, right? So that means I'm going to do a little bit of the same thing here. Character. This we don't do. Character hit point max. Update the character. This type is not passed anymore. We don't do this thing right now. So this is just updating the hit points only. If they're a player, then we don't do that, but we do the death dialogue stuff. If they're not a player, I don't actually need to do any of this stuff, do I? So that, I don't need that. That means I don't need the is player flag at all. There we go. So for all characters, we update their health to 0. If they happen to also be a player, we trigger the death dialogue. And then I have yet to do is fixing that to drop loot and destroy the entity. That would be, I guess I can leave that in there. We'll have this one in here to do. Handle dropping loot and destroying entity if not a player. So if not is player, then. So I'll do something in there. But not today. Let's just test this out. Run. Pass. Okay, cool. This is a good stopping point as any. So let me check this in. I'm going to say this is a work in progress. There are a lot of changes here. Work in progress, extracting common character attributes from PC NPC. PCs NPCs. Okay. So, extract armor, dexterity, hit points, and hit point max attributes. So add migration step to extract the attributes. Update attack, combat, heal, item use, and kill scripts to use the new character components. Still need to update. Let me list the rest here. NPC attack. Actually, can I just grab all this and paste it here? That sort of worked. NPC hit. Is it spawning? I guess it is called spawning. Regen, utilities, and utilities scripts. Still need to update admin controls profile and account backup tests. There we go. All right. Work in progress commit. Push that, and let me go raid somebody. Hey, I'm very happy you had a chance to watch my stream today. I'm going to try to find something interesting to switch to now. So, let's see who's streaming that I know. Need to make that a shortcut. Who do I pick? Well, thank you for that follow. Let's pick Spherus because who was it in chat earlier who was asking about learning how to code in games, and we're talking about, it was Cyclist. I don't know if Cyclist is still here or not, but I'm going to raid Spherus, who is making a game in Unity, knows a lot more about Unity than I do, and Unity is a great game engine for learning how to make games. And I don't know if it's a good game engine if you don't know coding at all, but I know a lot of people learn a lot and are making a decent advance in their goals of learning how to make games by using Unity. So we're going to check out Spherus, who's doing that right now. Here's the direct link, and let me set up the raid. So, I just need to type in the name. I could type today. There we go. We're going to raid Spherus. So, hope you'll enjoy Spherus' channel. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Thank you, Jackamus. Thank you, everybody else. And I got to go drive now. So, hopefully there won't be a whole lot of traffic. Anyway, take care, friends. I should be back tomorrow. It'll be a later in the day stream for me today, or for me tomorrow. So, thank you. Bye.